就今日咧，我哋嘅時間長少少。
Good morning, members. We have a longer meeting this morning. We have 3 items on the agenda, and I'll try to finish the meeting according to within the scheduled time. The SOCO has given us a paper with regard to a particular case, and theoretically, or rather, according to our convention, we do not discuss individual items. It is just for your information. We have 3 items on the agenda, and the three, or rather, 2 items have groups coming to meet us. And somewhere we've already drawn the line, and after we've drawn the line, 2 other groups which are related to the SOCO have also asked to come to meet us. And I discussed with the Vice Chairman, and we agree to allow them. Now, in fact, I didn't want to allow them to come after we've drawn the line, but after discussing with the Vice Chairman, I've decided to allow them to come, but that's an exceptional arrangement. As for the date of the next meeting, the 8th of July, 10:45, in room 3, and there are 2 proposed items for discussion. One is review on disability allowance, and second is medium to long-term welfare planning, which is a pledge given by the administration. Do members have any comments on these 2 items? The July meeting has the medium to long-term welfare planning, and that has been long awaited by many groups, and they are watching very closely. These 2 items may take a lot of time, so we are not going to add a 3rd item. Recently, together with the Vice Chairman, we've met with Matthew Cheung, and we discussed various things, including things in medium to long term. And we have raised the issue on new arrangement concerning Social Security. I hope that they will inform us when they have a preliminary view. Another item is the CIIF. Now, when I joined the council, in fact, that item was raised by the Vice Chairman. Now, I don't know whether members would agree to cross it out or to delete this item, because it will be followed by another committee. So, what do you think? The Vice Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Now, if we spot any problem, we can put it back into our agenda. So we delete that item from the list. But if we heard anything else, we may put it back into the list. Okay, shall we start? The first one, we don't have any deputations. This is the Guangdong Scheme. Yes, please ask the officials in. Good morning. Good morning to you all, gentlemen. May I welcome the government officials, Mr. Matthew Chung, Secretary for Labour and Welfare, Deputy Director of Social Welfare. All right, please take us through the paper. Please be brief and precise. Yes, good morning, members. The Guangdong Scheme. You know the background. We want to provide convenience to Hong Kong eligible elderly people who choose to reside in Guangdong, and they don't need to come back to Hong Kong for 60 days within a year. That's a breakthrough in our policy, and that is also an important step. It is a breakthrough in our policy. It is not easy to come by. There are many policy concerns and legal concerns. Now, everything is ready, Madam Chairman, and we hope to launch it in the fourth quarter. And we won't be later than November, definitely. The merit of the Guangdong Scheme, of course, is to waive the 60-day requirement of staying in Hong Kong. Another breakthrough is that in Guangdong province, there are many, quite a number of Hong Kong residents who are staying there, and they have been there a very long time. And they are given a grace period. A grace period of staying in Guangdong for 1 year with a grace period of 56 days. Now, we will have a special one-off arrangement. Within that year, there is a grace period. Say, if an elderly has been staying in Guangdong in the age of 65 to 69, and he fulfills the income and asset limit. There are two tiers of OAA. One is for those between age 65 and 69, which requires a means test, and those above 70, those 70 above don't have any means test. We have prepared everything.
申請人呢，返返嚟香港申請呢，我哋一定規。
In order to facilitate the applicants, they although are not required to stay in Hong Kong for 60 days, they still have to come back personally to make the application, and we have a field office in Sheung Shui Landmark. This is a special office to deal with the Hong Kong residents, the elderly Hong Kong residents who are now living in the mainland. They can come across the border just at Sheung Shui. They get off and then go to our office and make an application. We urge the elderly not to hurry. They can make an application by mail, and then we contact them and give them an appointment, so they don't need to run across the border several times. Just come back once, give us information. They can do the application by mail, and then we make an appointment with them. Then they come back to Hong Kong, and then we have an interview with them. And then we will conduct a wide publicity, and we will distribute pamphlets, and we will also make our announcement on cross-boundary buses. And in Guangdong, we also have an ETO, and the Guangdong ETO will do publicity via the media in Guangdong. And we also have a dedicated web page and a hotline. We try to address the concerns. The SWD has also appointed an agent, the International Social Service of Hong Kong, or International Social Service Hong Kong branch. It will contact the elderly who are frail and who cannot come back to Hong Kong to make the application. And we hope to launch our scheme in November. Now, this is only an estimate. We really don't know how many elderly people will be benefited, but we have made an estimate. When we make an application for funding, we need to make an estimate. We think originally there will be about 30,000 elderly people who will apply. So in the first year, the expenditure is about $395 million. So much, Mr. Chairman, for the framework of the scheme. I want to also comment on whether the OALA will also be relaxed. Now, we have just launched the OALA. We just want to see that scheme to run for some time, and then we will have a review, and we have an open mind as to whether it will be relaxed or not. Okay, thank you, Mr. Cheung. Okay, I open the floor to members. Those in the line are Tan Ka Piu, Poon Siu Ping, Fernando Cheung, and myself. We have a tight schedule, so 4 minutes, questions and answers. Tan Ka Piu. I have several questions on numbers concerning those who are receiving CSSA and who are residing in Guangdong and Fujian. How many of them are there? The FTU mainland center have also held a number of cases. The elderly only come back to Hong Kong after they have left a few tens of dollars, and then they are referred to the SWD. How many such cases are there? Or how many such cases have you handled? Concerning the Guangdong Scheme, the elderly has to prove himself or herself to be living in Guangdong in the past year, immediately before the application, with a grace period of 56 days. The Hong Kong people are free to move in the mainland. How can they prove that they are staying in Guangdong for 300 odd days? Now, as for those who cannot come back to Hong Kong because of health reasons, then do they need to do the initiative to contact the ISS, or do they need to send a family member to tell you in the Shanghai office? Well, this is about operation. I'll ask the director to respond. As for the Guangdong Fujian scheme for CSSA recipients, we had the scheme starting from 1997, and then we extended it to, we had that in Guangdong, and then we extended to Fujian, and altogether 2,289 recipients, 2,100 and about 2,100 in Guangdong, and the rest in Fujian. The number is declining. In 2005, 3,200. The number has declined to 2,200. You can see that the demand is being watched. As for the elderly who are not mobile, who cannot come back to the Shanghai office, now the scheme is people-oriented. We want to facilitate the users. Now we allow elderly who reside in the Hong Kong residents who reside in Guangdong to get the benefits, and they can come back to make an application. But if they have difficulties, then they inform us. They can inform us, and they can send us the doctor's certificates. And then, having received the documents, we will refer the case to the agent, the ISS. will do the family visit if necessary. And there must be adequate evidence to show that the person is immobile. The Director, there are two further questions. First, the referrals made by the FTU mainland centers. I don't have the figure in hand. I will go back to check the number and then I'll report that to members. If one is living in Guangdong, how can one prove that? Well, we need a declaration. And we also ask for the address and other proofs. Thank you. Time is up. Second round. Okay. Poon Siu-ping and then Fernando Cheung. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, that's a good scheme and I support it. But I still have another further question. It will be launched in November. And the agent is ISS Hong Kong branch. In fact, I have not seen any thing on its website showing that it has an office in the mainland. Now it's said that there will be family visits, there will be home visits, and I want to know the content of your contract. Is it really necessary to require them to have an office in the mainland to do their field work? The second question is about the OAA. If one makes the application in person initially, then further checks will not be necessary in the future and they don't need to come back. Well, I will say something and then the Director will make a supplement. If one is in the Guangdong Scheme, then one will be checked. 20% of the recipients will be visited by the agent. And then the rest will be reviewed or checked by mail. So for those 65 to 69, they have to declare their income and assets. But for those above, we just check the address. We just make sure that the person is still living. And there will be home visits. There will be a home visit to check the needs and check whether the person is still existing.
Secondly, the scheme will not be launched later than November. This is the point I want to clarify. I'll defer to the Director. Director, please. Our agent, ISS Hong Kong branch, provides social services on the mainland and is very experienced in that. There is a Center for Cross-Boundary Students operated by the ISS in Lo Wu. And for mainlanders about to move into Hong Kong, the ISS also provides services. The ISS also provides services to mainland families and mainland elderly people. The ISS is the agent for the Guangdong Scheme. In the tender document, it doesn't state that the agent should have a designated office on the mainland. It depends on whether there is a contact point. But if we see a lot of applications, the agent may be required to have a designated office. Will the agent select who is to make home visit, or will there be selected home visits? 20% of the recipients will be subject to home visits and the rest will be subject to postal reviews. We hope within 5 years the recipients will be subject to at least one home visit. So for the 20% selected this year, they will not be subject to the home visit in the next year. Next, Dr. Fernando Chang and then Mr. Leung Kwok Hong. Thank you, Chair. At present, there are about 90,000 elderly people living on the mainland. It seems half of them are not on OAA. I think with the Guangdong Scheme, for those people who do not meet the 56th day of living in Hong Kong, they can apply for OAA. However, the government may not have direct contact to these people. So what will you do in terms of publicity for these people who are living on the mainland? How can you ensure that they know about the one-off special treatment? For the Guangdong Scheme, they receive over 1,000 Hong Kong dollars per month. But that's not enough for them to live on the mainland because of the rising prices. So are there any plans to offer the one-off special arrangement for OALA? OAA is a kind of reward for elderly people. Now, elderly people sometimes go abroad to visit their family members, their children, and so they do not fulfill the residence condition of living in Hong Kong. That is, they do not live in Hong Kong for 56 days in a year. Are there any discretion? Will there be any discretion? These elderly people are Hong Kong residents, and to fulfill the principle of rewarding them, will you consider removing the criteria? Publicity is very close to our heart. In Hong Kong, there will be publicity. We hope the elderly people's family members will tell them about the relaxation, because for elderly people living on the mainland, they may not know about the special treatment. We'll also have publicity aired on cross-boundary buses, and media in Guangdong will also help. Designated officers will also help distribute leaflets. And in housing estates where lots of Hong Kong people are living in, there will be publicity. As for more remote areas, we rely on the applicants' family members to pass on the message. We'll spend no effort to spread the message because our goal is to help the elderly people to live a better life. As for whether the OAA, whether the OALA will also be considered, the OALA has been launched for short time only, and we want the Guangdong Scheme to run, say for example, a year before we conduct a review to see how it operates. If we can take into account the OALA, of course we'll do that. As for the residence condition of a year in Hong Kong before application is a well-established condition. So at this stage, it's difficult for us to remove this criteria. For Guangdong Scheme, this is a special, however, we offer special treatment for the first year. Next, Mr. Leung Kwok Hong and Mr. Leung Chi-chang. Mr. Leung. ISS, I'm familiar with the name. It was complained against. So can I have all the information related to the ISS to see whether there are any collusions? I remember it was complained in Sham Shui Po. Now the Guangdong Scheme selected as the agent, so I want to have all the information related to the ISS so I can make some inquiry to see if it's related to former high-ranking officials. So please let me have the information about its past records, past services. This is the first point. Second point, the government offers only mean benefits. CY Leung did not talk about political reforms, however, accused people of breaking the laws, of about to break the laws yesterday. Some political parties now on their website say that they have fought for the Guangdong Scheme and now they achieved it. I don't know whether the scheme addresses the problem, whether it addresses the problem faced by elderly people living on the mainland. Do you think that's the case? Do you think with this the elderly people will continue to live on the mainland because of it? Many colleagues here think the scheme is an outstanding one, that it is a response to elderly people's demand. But do you know whether it's true that the elderly people are really that happy living on the mainland? Have you conducted any surveys about it? I don't think elderly people living in remote areas on the mainland can benefit from the scheme. All right, Secretary, please answer the questions raised so far. The information related to ISS, we will supply it to you. However, the ISS is also very experienced. And since year 2000, it's been providing social services on the mainland. No, Barry Chang is also very experienced. He has done a good job in campaigning for CY Leung. The Guangdong Scheme is there to make things convenient for elderly people. We're not encouraging them to retire in Guangdong. You cannot take care of the elderly people, so you encourage them to live on the mainland. Is that the case? That's not right. Yeah, now, elderly people move into Guangdong very early on, and the Guangdong Scheme removes the 1-year staying residence condition so that elderly people will find it more convenient to apply for the scheme. Let me give you another question. Have you conducted a survey to see if it's because of poverty that they move to live on the mainland, or whether they want to reunite with their family members, or whether they will come back to live in Hong Kong if they receive 3,000 per month as pension? Have you conducted such a survey? Should I ask the Oriental Daily or Apple Daily to conduct such a review, such a survey? Have you conducted such a survey? Please ask them if it's because of poverty that they live on the mainland, or if it's because they want to reunite with their children, they live on the mainland, and see if they will return to Hong Kong if they get 3,000 per month. If you do not conduct this survey, I'll ask the newspaper to do that. Next, Mr. Leung Chi-chang and then Dr. Priscilla Leung. Thank you, Chair. The Guangdong Scheme can help those elderly people living in Guangdong province, but not those living in other provinces. However, I think the government is dragging its feet in considering incorporating other schemes. But all these other schemes are not in conflict with the Guangdong schemes. So, Secretary, I think you are too conservative in this regard. So now let me ask you, what will happen to a 65-year-old elderly person who fulfills the eligibility criteria? Now, this person retires in Guangdong. What will happen to this 65-year-old elderly person? This is the first question. Second question, for elder people who have health problems, who can't come back to Hong Kong to make application, how can they contact the government to tell you about their problem? Are there any hotlines? Now for OALA, it's been launched for a short time only, and for the Guangdong Scheme, it will not be launched later than November. If the Guangdong Scheme goes swimmingly, we will seriously consider incorporating the OALA to be extended to Guangdong Province. We are not conservative, we're just cautious. We're talking about public money, so we should be cautious. For a 65-year-old elderly person who fulfills the income and asset requirements, who wants to retire to the mainland, he is only entitled to the OAA rather than the Guangdong Scheme. I think for most of the people who are related to your example, they will choose the 2,000-odd OAA. We appreciate the problems faced by elderly people living in remote areas, so we will conduct home visits, and we'll also ask them to supply documentary proof to state that because of ill health they can't come back to Hong Kong. We will check via home visits. So this is how we communicate with them. We also check the documentary proof for them. There will be a hotline and there will be information on web page. At Shangshui Landmark, there will be a designated office where such applications will be handled. We will be able to monitor the progress of the cases at the office. With these, the elderly people do not have to come back to Hong Kong just for one night to complete the formalities. Next, Dr. Priscilla Leung. Thank you, Vice Chair. Secretary, for elderly people living on the mainland, retired on the mainland, we hope they have a happy life there. For publicity, you said you rely on the family members of the elderly people. Now that there might be a problem that the family members cheat the elderly people of the OAA, so you may like to liaise with relevant bodies on the mainland. Say, for example, publicize the scheme on mainland channels, TV channels. You can't simply rely on the relatives. So you have to come up with a more convincing ways to publicize the scheme. Sometimes the elderly people are living in a village, and you can ask officers on the mainland to post notices in the village in terms for publicity. I think the 60-day residence requirement is not humane to elderly people. You may say, because of the court case, that's why you have to keep the requirement in place. However, you also have to consider how to make things convenient for elderly people. At present, on the mainland and in other jurisdictions, there are retirees' villages. will you talk to the mainland authorities to see whether retiree villages can be set up for, say, for example, Guangdong Scheme recipients? I understand I visited such villages in the U.S. I don't know why Mr. Leung Kwok-hong is laughing. We should be treating the elderly people retirement issue seriously. We agree with you, Ms. Leung, in terms of publicity. We'll liaise closely with the mainland to do a good job in publicity. We'll liaise with Guangdong departments. And later there will be direct communication in that regard with our counterparts on the mainland. That means we'll rely on the mainland government in passing on the message about the scheme, so that elderly people living in remote areas will also know about the Guangdong Scheme. For the residents' condition, we actually make a breakthrough here. Lots of elderly people say that the condition is not convenient for them. That's why we provide one-off special treatment. Elderly people retiring on the mainland, 90% out of which live in Guangdong. That's why we provide this special treatment under Guangdong Scheme. Retiree village is a complicated issue because we have to consider the healthcare services there. The U.S. have done a good job. There are also such villages on the mainland. Dr. Leung, time's up for you. If you want to say anything further, you have to queue up again. Mr. Chan Chi-chun, many members asked to extend the Guangdong Scheme to OALA 2. In the paper and in his introduction, the Secretary already gave the reason for not doing that. The OALA and the Guangdong Scheme are both new initiatives. That's why he can't consider members' proposal at present. But I urge the Secretary to take up our proposal and expedite the implication. I don't know why you drag your feet, because we're talking about the same amount of money here.
The renminbi is appreciating. It's actually not easy to live on the mainland. I know the SLW will say this is just a facilitating measure. We are not encouraging you to live on the mainland. We are not guaranteeing that you have enough money to spend either. I think that is a strong message.
辦事處嗰度嘅，咁而家就設咗喺上水啊。咁我知道個政策原意就係因為佢最近邊境啦。咁但係
I understand that the office is in Shangshui.
估計有3萬人，即係3萬人湧去一個地方。
But then it may not serve all the people there are. Well, if they want to come back the same day, then it's all right, and they will be living in relatives' homes when they're in Hong Kong. So can you also consider setting up an office in Hong Kong, on Hong Kong Island, and also in Kowloon? Thank you. We are the same as you are, Mr. Chan. We hope that the OALA will also be given to Guangdong elderly people not too late. But then there is a technical difference. OAA, if you're over 70, there will not be any asset or income test. But then there is such a test for OALA. There is a declaration mechanism. So the two may not be totally the same. And operationally, it may not be as simple. But I do agree that we can learn from the experience and we will not drag our feet because we already have the Guangdong Scheme. If we can have the OALA as well, why not? This is quite natural. It's a natural follow-on. And you talked about Shanshui, and we expect 30,000 elderly people to apply. And we are not going to roll it out after November, but before that, 1 or 2 months before that, we'll do publicity and we welcome application by post. And then we'll appoint a time for them to be interviewed. We have to interview them one by one. They have to come to Shangshui once. If they are eligible, and even if we have an appointment late, we can have retrospective effect and we can date back the giving of the allowance. And if they're in Hong Kong, If they don't find it convenient to go to Shangshui, but they only go to a relative's home, we can allow them to go to an SSFU where they live. So we want to give all the help elderly people would need. And also if they live far away, and if they have to go back very late at night to Guangdong, then perhaps we can ask the relatives to help. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Peter Chang-Kwok-Chi. Thank you, Chairman. First on publicity. I'd like to just give you a proposal. I need no answer from you. First of all, I think you need to advertise in all the Guangdong province papers. It should not be costly. And also through the Guangdong ETO, you should talk to the relevant departments on all levels within the Guangdong province so they can post notices for you. And also you should liaise with radio stations in Guangdong. There are many interview programs and many programs for elderly people. You said you can work through relatives, but that is not a formal channel. Not to mention, many elderly people are single persons. They may not have a lot of relatives. This is the first thing. Secondly, I was following the discussion and I like to mention 3 groups of elderly people. First, they live in Guangdong continuously. And all along, they have not been entitled to OAA, even if they were eligible. Second group, they have OAA in Hong Kong for less than a year. And then they heard about the news, so they went back to Guangdong. The third group, they already get OALA in Hong Kong. And they thought the Guangdong Scheme would include the OALA, so they go back to Guangdong to live. This is a little confusing, isn't it? You only extend OAA and you say we have to wait another year for OALA to also be included. I agree with Mr. Chen Chi-chin. What are the technical problems? The name is different. The amount is different. But what are the technical problems? So you want people to wait another year, so the confusion is created. You said that there is a difference in eligibility, that there is still income and asset test for people over 70 for the OALA. But even if there is going to be this test, how long is it going to take? And why do you want to wait so long to include OALA? The 3 groups of elderly people I mentioned would be going to Guangdong to live, and then they would find out that they are entitled to the smaller amount of OAA. But for those who are already in Guangdong, they have not been getting OAA for a long time. And now they will find out that even if they are entitled to OAA, they cannot get the OALA, so there is double unfairness. Thank you for the proposal for the point on publicity. We'll certainly work with our Guangdong counterparts. Secondly, you talk about possible confusion, but actually, at least at this stage, the OAA and the OALA are very different. OAA is benefiting 310,000 people, and in the coming years, a few more dozens of thousands of elderly people would benefit. We know that, but the elderly people don't know. They might confuse the OAA and the OALA, and so they would choose to go back to Guangdong now because of this extension and think they get $2,200. Well, I think the confusion will only happen to individual elderly persons. There is not general confusion. Maybe not for you, but we know it. Why don't you just address the point of 1 year's wait? Would you allow me to answer the question beyond time? Yes, please. We will roll out the Guangdong Scheme before November. We will allow it to be running for some time. The OALA is something new, And we are still allowing people to apply before the end of the year so that they have OALA dating back to November, December last year. We like to accumulate some actual experience on the OALA first, but I stressed we are very sincere and serious, and we also have an open mind. If we can do it at all, we will also allow portability for OALA. We are quite happy to explore that possibility. Okay, I'll follow up on that point as well. Thank you. 2 questions. Number 1, if they have health problems so they cannot go to Shangshui, you said the application form and a health certificate could be posted to the SWD. I'd like to clarify. Who should be writing the health certificate? Should it be a Hong Kong doctor, or would you recognize the certificates issued by all Guangdong doctors? Would you not give recognition to some Guangdong doctors? Secondly, if the people already have a health problem, how can they know that there is such a scheme? How can they know the procedures? How can they post the application? How can they go to see a doctor? I think Dr. Fernando Zhang already asked the question. The FTU Inquiry Center on the mainland has, in fact, helped this group of people in the past. Now, Mr. Secretary, if you have the intention of extending OALA as well, and it's just a matter of time, could you just give a present to the elderly people on the mainland, and that is, as long as they apply for the OAA, and if they are 70 years of age, they will also have their asset checked. And when the OALA will become effective on the mainland, then they can get the extra amount right away. Can I ask the DSW to answer the first point on operation? Director, on health problems, please, members, give some respect to officials. We will ask the applicant to let us have some documentary proof from public hospitals or clinics in Guangdong. Just now, the member asked the question. I'd like to stress again that in terms of OALA and whether it can be extended to Guangdong, we are talking about allowing the scheme to be up and running for some time, and then we'll do an in-depth review. If it is found to be possible and feasible, we will certainly do it. We'll allow both schemes to be running for some time, and then we will pay attention to certain operational aspects. You talk about doctors' documents. Would that pose a problem? Would that be a barrier? But I promise that we will conduct a review as soon as possible, and if it is found to be feasible, we'll extend it to Guangdong. Sorry, you have not answered my question. Since this is a preparatory stage, I hope you will consider my proposal so we give a present to elderly people living on the mainland. And what about the existing 90,000 elderly people on the mainland? They are not getting OAA, but when they were 65, they would have been eligible. So would you now keep that name list, and if the OALA will be expanded, you should automatically, and that is on your own initiative, send a message to the elderly people that they are eligible for a higher allowance. And also, there are elderly people who have registration in a public housing flat in Hong Kong, but then on the mainland, they themselves or their relatives would have bought property on the mainland. So how do you calculate their eligibility? I'll ask the DSW to answer the first question, and I'll talk about PRH. Right now, we don't have the information about the 90,000 people. If you talk about a data bank, I don't think we can do it. On PRH, we will follow the existing portable CSSA for Guangdong and Fujian, and that is if they are registered under PRH. In Hong Kong, we allow a 3-month grace period. In those 3 months, they have to continue to pay rent. Say they go to Guangdong and they find it they cannot adapt to the life there, then you can come back and the PRH would still be there. But then if they are there for 2 years before coming back to Hong Kong, then we have given this undertaking that the Home Housing Society and the HA do not put them in a queue, but they would be allocated a unit without too much choice given to them. This is a people-oriented approach. Thank you. Leung Kwok Hong, second round. Chairman, I was asking you the question and you answered my colleagues in saying that the OALA and OAA will not run parallel. This is what you always say. Tank Appeal says, since you have intention to extend it, why don't you do it now? You would say these are two systems and they are running in parallel, so there will be an in-depth review after this year. So are you going to do it? Yes or no? You haven't answered the question. You are pulling wool over our eyes. Secondly, I'd like to remind you of this point. Even if there is OALA, if the renminbi appreciates and the Hong Kong dollar devalues, 2,200 would just equal to 1,000 something, and those who are getting 1,100 would just equal to 800 something, and that is not going to be enough to keep them alive. Why did I laugh when Miss Priscilla Leung spoke? You don't know how hard life is for these people. They are actually asking elderly people to live on the mainland so they get housing and medical attention on the mainland. And they are pushing the elderly people in dire straits back to the mainland. This is what they are doing. Do you think they can live on the mainland and come back to Hong Kong to get medical benefits? Are there elderly people who do that? They come back from Yuen-han all the way to see a doctor? Nobody would do that. So if you don't know how hard life is, well, I'm not attacking you personally, but you just don't understand the origin of the scheme, and that is you give the incentive to elderly people. There are these calculations, but I won't go into that. Elderly people don't come back, they give up Hong Kong benefits. And you can always do your sums and enumerate the relevant figures. But now you are telling them that we move the benefits to the mainland. It's a waste of time. You don't know how hard life is for these elderly people. Is that your understanding, Mr. Secretary? This so-called Guangdong Scheme means that you hive off the giving of benefits to elderly people to the mainland. No, absolutely not. And I'm talking about 90,000 people. If you want to provide housing to 90,000 people, that would be a problem. And you don't have to give them institutional care. No, elderly people go back on their own choice. They have relatives and a network on the mainland. If that's the case, they don't need to get money from you, said Mr. Leung. No, this is a people-oriented approach. This is a breakthrough. Are you saying Dr. Priscilla Leung has not talked sense? Well, Mr. Leung Kwok Hong, do you want to speak or do you want an answer? No, this is how we debate policies. The SARG is creating an elderly village on the mainland so they can live happily in the mainland. Why don't you just give them $2,200 straight away? This is very outrageous. It's heartrending for me. You are fooling the elderly people. Are you proposing the administration to provide a separate budget for elderly people? Mr. Leung, and also Dr. Priscilla Leung, we are debating the policy here. If you are expanding a certain expenditure by 2 times or 3 times, but then at the same time you want to lessen your commitment to elderly people, how can you do that? SLW, come to your senses. It's a waste of time. You're fooling the elderly people. Okay, I think you have completed your remarks. Members, we don't have time. There are 2 more in the second round, and I still have my first round. I'll change the time to 3 minutes. Dr. Priscilla Leung, Chairman. Mr. Leung Kwok Hong was already shouting when I spoke in the first round. I find that regrettable. I'd like to tell the Secretary, well, Leung Kwok Hong was too parochial. We are not saying that all elderly people should be moved to the mainland. In the past few years, we went back to the mainland and talked about medical cooperation with them. And we said that many elderly people do voluntarily go back to the mainland because they have relatives and also they might have originated from the mainland, so they want to go back for their twilight years. And maybe they can live in a bigger area. So it is really their choice to retire on the mainland. And how can our public medical care can still make provision for this group of elderly people? Secondly, I have many friends who have reached the age of 60, and they said that if there would be space to live, they could live on the mainland. Many of them are singletons, and they might want to live with their friends. And again, if the medical care can still be provided to them, then they might want to go back. And I think your plan should try to facilitate such desires. And the SLW said something right just now, and that is to complement the scheme with public medical care. So my question is, under this Guangdong scheme, I think if elderly people choose to retire on the mainland, they need the medical complement. If they seek medical attention on the mainland, can we supply it to them? If not, for now, can any officers on the mainland to give them the medical care? Dr. Priscilla Lam, would you mind giving some time for the SLW to answer you? Thank you. Yes, we are minded to give the complement. As you know, in the SSA scheme for Fujian and Guangdong, it started only with 2,000 to 3,000 people, and in fact, the medical care was the main concern. As you know, many of them do come back to Hong Kong. Many of them come to the North Hospital, for example, the hospital in the North District. And we are looking into this issue. Given the change in the population structure, and if more elderly people choose to go to the mainland, then Guangdong scheme will be an important first step. Civic organizations have gone back to the mainland many times, and the mainland authorities are quite happy to cooperate with Hong Kong. So please be more active and proactive.
Mr. Cheung Kok Chiu proposes to make use of mainland media to do the publicity. Please consider that. If you just rely on the friends and relatives to inform the elderly, that may not be adequate, because many elderly may be living in remote places. You need to be flexible. And it is good to give exemption to Hong Kong elderly who are living in Guangdong. Now, some may be living in Hong Kong, but their children are in other places, and they go out to visit their children for most of the time of the year. And when they come back, they apply for AAA, OAA, and they are not given OAA. They are PRs of Hong Kong. They contribute to Hong Kong. They are still living, and they are living in Hong Kong. If they live in Guangdong, they get the 60-day exemption. But if they are living in Hong Kong and they are not given any exemption, it's meaningless, really. Has he answered you? I just want to move a motion. And I heard members support to extend the scheme to cover OALA. As for HKPRs, they should be given the exemption. They should be given the scheme.
答啊，
係兩個問題，多謝啊。
Two questions. Yes, I thank Mr. Chow. We will do the publicity. We will work with the mainland authorities, our mainland counterparts, and we ask them to help us to pass the message on. As for a person that did 1 year residential requirement, we waive Guangdong. That's for 1 year and nothing else. Otherwise, they will have to follow the scheme because there are tens of thousands elderly Hong Kong PRs who are in Guangdong, so we give them the exemption. This is a special arrangement. The exemption is just for 1 year and nothing, no more. Chairman, I don't think this should be a one-off scheme. It should be permanent. I don't know the views of other members. Now, these elderly people are living in the mainland. Now, you have extended, you have a scheme for Guangdong and for Fujian, for OAA. I can't see why you can't extend it to OAA as well. Yes, I want to ask the same question. Why can't that be extended? And as for OALA, why you only do it after 1 year after the review? What are the technical difficulties? Chairman, concerning the first question, concerning the 1 year, the person has to have a link with Hong Kong. The person has to be living in Hong Kong for a year preceding the application. As for the Guangdong scheme, is a big step forward, is a breakthrough. The 1 year requirement, if we still insist on that, many elderly who have already moved over there will not get that. But what about the elderly who are pre-HKPRs? You need to be living in Hong Kong for a year prior to the examination application. What are your worries? If we don't have this restriction, then many who have moved overseas, who have emigrated overseas, and they come back, they will get OAA. But if they are HKPRs, what is the problem? They can come back to vote. We need to balance the public finance. OAA and CSSAs are non-contributory. They are our revenue. They come from our revenue, and we need to draw a line somewhere, and we have agreed on that. If the person stayed in Hong Kong, say for a year, and then goes back to the mainland again permanently, and then you still give him the money, and say, even for the $6,000, you can get that, the director. Now, for this exemption or grace period, applies to the Guangdong scheme. We don't require the person to stay in Hong Kong for 1 year. The person has to fulfill the requirement of staying in Guangdong for 1 year prior to the date of application. And we require him to prove his address, and we don't extend it to the world. It's not just for those staying in Hong Kong. If he is in the mainland, he has to stay there for more than a year. For up to a year. Well, he has to be in Guangdong for a year. There is a 1 year requirement, whether it's in Guangdong or in Hong Kong. What are the technical difficulties for extending the OALA to Guangdong? Mr. Tang has asked the same question. Say, for example, doctor certificate. We have yet to start. We need to check the data. We need to check the documents. We need to have a full grasp of the matter before we make a decision as to extending the scheme or not. Well, that's not convincing. You are going to give them money very soon. And what sort of work do you need to do? Madam Chairman, the OAA does not require any income test or means test. But for the ordinary OH allowance, there's a need to check income and assets. Now, the fact is that living in the mainland is very costly. $1,000 or so will not be adequate. And if you can give them the OALA, it will be easier for them to live in Guangdong. I really hope that you will deal with the matter as soon as possible. Yes, we'll deal with it as soon as possible. Now, Fernando Chang has a motion.
咁大家手上有嘛？睇下大家。咁我讀俾大家聽啊。本委員會認為高齡津貼廣東計劃即
The panel urges the administration to waive the 1-year requirement of staying in Hong Kong and extend that to cover those living outside Guangdong, HKPRs living outside Guangdong. First, immediately, it should be extended to OALA. And the scheme should be extended to HKPRs who are studying in Hong Kong. It's not about those who return from other places. They are living in Hong Kong. They are permanent residents of Hong Kong. Hong Kong is their permanent residence. But last year, he or they were overseas, and after they've come back, they should be given OAA immediately. Do you agree with members? If there is no objection, so we all support that.
我望緊你啊，陳志全。OK 啊，我見你望實我就望翻你。OK， 如果冇問題，我哋一致通過。多謝。好。
Okay, thank you very much. You all agree. Let's invite the deputations in. It is about supporting the street sleepers who are non-CSSA recipients.
而家政府有個困難，佢遇到我哋嗰陣時好專業，佢真係死下你講真係，所以佢一定揾個鳳凰對住佢講1年係講唔通嘅，佢搬嘅。你就算而家即刻做都做到啦，長者生活。係，好歡迎。
Welcome. May I welcome the government officials? Let's invite the deputations as well. Good morning.
Nguyễn衛東想最後一個講，nguyễn衛東。
全部都係啲板塊啦，明唔明？即係啲家唔叫佢知。
我走㗎啦，我隔離有聽嗰部分，最參詳我寫信入去嘛，最後咧擺到第8咧嚇。全部係講晒之後。好啦 ，OK 嘅。我話15喎嚇，呢唔係呢個，應該15先啦，講15。你啦，我歡迎埋佢哋，我過去嘅我，又走啦我。即係今日咁大烏龍啊！我啲同事唔係佢好急嘅，如果通知咧，我當然都要諗啦。我因為做主席好煩，但我又唔想影響呢度嘅。我啲同事成日都唔想影響兩邊。早晨各位。
Good morning. Please take your seats accordingly. Look at the nameplates. And take your seats, please. Good morning. Now please check the nameplates and then take your seats.
Oh, 佢英文都唔。咁點解衛東會嚟我咧？衛東至指揮藥院啊，佢又唔識講尼泊爾話㗎應該。 早晨 ，Good morning， 各位早晨啊。
Good morning. We have the deputations present. I know that some are speaking Nepalese only. You can put on the earpiece first. Put on the earpiece. Now we have interpretation into English and into Chinese. If you want to listen to the interpretation into English, is channel 2. Channel 1 is Chinese. Channel 0 is floor. Each group will have 3 minutes to make a presentation. And I would like to remind you that your speeches and your submissions will not be protected by the Legislative Council Powers and Privileges Ordinance. First of all, I would like to ask the representative of SWD to speak first. Mrs. Mack, please. We are to brief you on the support we give to street sleepers. In the paper, we say that according to our computer system at the end of April, there are 642 street sleepers, and 272 are not CSSA recipients. We work through the integrated family service centers to help the street sleepers. We also have an integrated services team. There are 3 teams, one in Hong Kong, one in Kowloon, one in the New Territories. The majority of street sleepers are in West Kowloon, and that team the team in Kowloon is provided by the Salvation Army. We also provide short-term housing and then food assistance and so on and so forth. When there is any social need, any monetary or financial need, we have emergency assistance. And we also work with other service teams to help the street sleepers. Other service units include our integrated family service centers and also our various shelters. The SWD has also provided a scheme to look after, to care for street sleepers. This is to care for people who are at the margin, so to speak. And we also have short-term food assistance service projects. And apart from welfare service and short-term financial assistance, we do provide public rental housing if they apply and if they are eligible. And we can also provide housing through the compassionate housing arrangement. Apart from providing public housing, we also have emergency shelters and urban hostels. 4 are free of charge and others are fee charging. As for the usage rate, it is about 70 to 80%. As for CSSA, they can apply for CSSA. If they are between age 15 to 59, they have to follow the self-supporting scheme. We are not going to give CSSA immediately. We will give them after the month if they fulfill the requirement. We also have, as we said, we have the care and support networking team, which do provide short-term financial support. As for medical service, if need be, they can go to our clinics, and if they, which is in the public health sector, and if they have financial difficulties, we have medical social workers who will look at the situation to see if the medical charges can be waived. Some people may come in, may encounter people who have mental illness and who are street sleepers. And we have liaised with the integrated community centers for medical wellness, and we have a cooperation program. The social workers who handle street sleepers can liaise with the ICCMWs, and the ICCMW will make an initial assessment as to whether the street sleeper needs the help of the hospital authority and be treated by the psychiatric specialist outpatient clinics. So these are the measures we help the street sleepers to deal with the problems. Thank you, Mrs. Mack. If I may ask the deputations to speak, each will be given 3 minutes. First, Ms. Irene Chan of the Right to Concern Single Association. I represent the so-called at the end of December 2012, we published the latest study on street sleepers. We focus our attention on non-CSSA recipients who are street sleepers. There was the impression that many street sleepers are CSSA recipients. Now we put our attention on non-CSSA recipients. About 40% of the street sleepers do not have CSSA. According to the SWD, they have they have greater needs. They don't have any welfare or housing or public housing service. According to our study, we have the following findings. Now, people may think that the street sleepers choose to sleep in the streets though they have accommodation. That's far from the fact. About 70% of the street sleepers have difficulty to find jobs, and they sleep in the street. And over 20% say that rents are too high, therefore they sleep in the street. So personal choice, only 2.9% choose to sleep in the streets, though they have other alternatives. Many do not have stable jobs. Many street sleepers do not receive CSSA, and they work for their own living. Among the non-CSSA recipients, 63% of the street sleepers are working. They work odd jobs only.
We discovered in this survey that compared to 3 years ago, the number of people having an odd job rose to over 62% from 55%. 60% of these people are not covered by benefits by the employees, the employers, so their rights as employees are not protected, and their pay is usually rather low. Median net income is only $5,000 only. What can you use that for? You need to pay $1,600 for a small subdivided flat, and the situation is unbearable. Later, someone who has first-hand experience will tell you more about that. If you want to rent a small suite, it costs you $3,000, $4,000. It's difficult for them to rent such accommodation. To apply for a PRH flat, street sleepers have to wait over 10 years before a flat is given. All right, colleagues may ask you further about the survey when necessary. Next, Mr. Liu Ip from Civic Party. Thank you, Chairman. From paper submitted by the administration to the LASHCO, at present there are 3 subvented bodies sponsored by the SWD to run integrated services team, but the street sweepers are not happy to take up these services. It's because it's inconvenient for them to take up these services. Now, some street sweepers do not have stable mental health, and they can't express their self clearly. That's why it's difficult for them to ask for assistance, and sometimes they don't want to reveal their difficulty. They may not have good relationship with their family, so they do not trust strangers. CSSA do not protect the street sleepers fully. CSSA take household applications, which makes things difficult for these street sleepers who don't usually have a fixed address, so it's difficult for them to apply for CSSA. For our party, we urge the government to have targeted measures to help the street sleepers who are not receiving CSSA. Say, for example, open up community halls or to renovate vacant school premises for street sleepers to rest, and allow NGOs to intervene to help them. For all CSSA applicants who are adult, they have to go for job hunting for a month before they can get the CSSA, which is difficult for street sleeper. For confirmed street sleepers, the administration should give exemption to them and provide immediate financial support, or to provide reimbursement to these people so that they get deposit as rental, and so that they do not have to live in the street. We urge the administration to extend the food assistance scheme, especially in an area where there are many street sleepers. Thank you, Mr. Ip. Next to deputations. We haven't got your name or organization you're from, so please state your name later when it's your turn to speak. Next one. Good morning, I'm Sun Mu. Street sleeper is a social issue. The HAB and the HAD and also the other relevant parties should also come to discuss with us, not just the SWD. Singleton are kicked out of the line from PRH waiting list. We have to wait for 7 or 8 years before we get a flat. Rent is just outrageously high. To rent a small bed space, it costs you over $1,500, and you will be kicked out anytime. You are not protected at all. It's just outrageous. I get a flat at the end with much difficulty. I have to pay the deposit, and the CSSA just can't help me to rent a flat. If you are able to rent a flat, the rental assistance can not help. My situation was even worse than when I was renting a flat. I did not have much food to eat, and on the other hand, the landlord forced me to leave. I moved 2 times within 3 years. And I had to wait for a long time without knowing when I'll get for a PRH flat. With a high rental, I'd rather sleep in the street. I don't want to sleep in subdivided flats, a small flat and to share a bathroom with so many people. So life is really hard, especially when the landlord forces you out. The point system of peerage. All these matters contribute to the reason why we sleep in the street. You have to review the point system, and there's insufficient peerage flats. That's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sun. Next. I'm Lau. I'm not on CSSA. Usually, I sleep where near to my office. For example, when I was in Tsim Sha Tsui sweeping the streets, I slept on rooftop and at back lane so that I could wake up in the morning and start working at 6:30 a.m. To rent a flat in Tsim Sha Tsui is just too costly. $1,500 for a 20-odd square foot place is already cheap because flat is more costly in Tsim Sha Tsui. I did not have enough money to rent a flat. I'm quite mobile. I may sleep in several places within a year because I get several jobs a year. I earn $35 per hour washing dishes. Do the calculation and you realize I can hardly pay for the rent. So please see how you can help us to rent a flat. Since the individual tourist scheme was launched, mainlanders pushed up the rental. Even when I have a job, I can hardly rent a flat and I have to sleep in the street. It's not good. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I'm Wong Kai Hong. I want to tell you my experience. Early on, I did not have a roof over my head because of the high rental, so I was sleeping in Nam Chang Street. Later, a social worker gave me assistance, so I got a shelter operated by an organization. And later, I was on CSSA by SWD. The organizer then told me, because I was on CSSA, I should leave and find myself a place since the bed space was very precious. So I searched in Tsim Sha Tsui, Cheung Sha Wan and Tsuen Wan, but I could not find the right flat. I had to pay for deposit for electricity, water, and for the flat. So I had to pay $5,000 up front before I could move in. So I could not do that. In my blip, I was helped by a social worker to move into a subdivided flat. There were 13 cubicles. Lots of people were living there. And there was no window. It was very dark. As soon as you move in, you have to switch on the light. There was absolutely no light in my room. And there were fleas. That's the most difficult problem. I had to bear with the situation because I did not have another place. I had to pay $1,500 per month, including that's for the rental. I could not find a right place in Tsim Sha Tsui and Cheung Sha Wan, and so I'm still living in that flat. I told you, I hope there will be small flat at low rental provided by the government. The place I live in is what you call a coffin flat with no windows, with fleas biting you. And so I have to wear long sleeves tops. I was asked why I did that. So I explained because of the fleas biting me, I had to do that. Maybe because 13 other rooms were there, the fleas would move to other rooms. So I hope there will be pH flat and flat at low rental. Thank you, Mr. Wong. All right, the row in the front. Who's next?
Hậu. Okay.
म लामो समय होइन स्ट्रिट स्लिपर भएँ त्यसपछि मेरो दुई खेप सीएसएस केस क्लोज भएपछि
Street sleeper for 2 years.
म नि बल्ल बल्ल अहिले सीएसएस
Application
पाएको
has
छु
been rejected for 2 years already.
अनि अहिले त सीएसएस छ तर
I'm
हामीलाई
getting
दिएको छ हैन
CCC at the moment.
जहाँबाट दिएको छ त्यो ठाउँबाट अब रुम त दिएको छ अब रुमै हाम्रो सानो छ हैन
They have provided a room, but the
रुमै
room
एकदम
is
सानो
very
छ
small.
सीएसएस दिएको छ हामीले कति रुम रेन्ट 1200 दिएको छ हामी त्यसमा 3 जना बस्छौं
And they have just given us about 1,200 Hong Kong dollars, and even that is being paid by 3 people.
त्यहाँ चाहिँ 3800 छ 3800 मा अब हामीले हैन कसरी सर्भाइभ गर्ने हैन सीएसएस दिन त खोजेको हो तर त्यो हामीलाई
They
हैन
have tried to give us CSSA of about $3,800, but it's very hard to survive on that.
अनि एउटा हैन त्यत्रो हामीलाई जहाँ पहिला म जुन उमा सुतेको थिएँ बाटोमा
And when I used to street on the, and whenever I used to sleep on the street,
त्यो बाटोदेखि निकाल्नुलाई हामीलाई गभर्नमेन्टले धेरै खर्च गर्यो हैन
the government used a lot of money to try to kick us out from that place.
त्यो त्यत्रो खर्च गर्नुभन्दा हामीलाई त्यो कोठाको लागि खानाको लागि केही
Instead
हेल्प
of
गरेर राम्रो
spending so
हुन्थ्यो
much money on trying to kick us out, they could have just given us the money to provide us for some shelter and food.
अनि हामीलाई त्यो अब त्यति खास त्यति नै छ धन्यवाद
And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Hậu, coi.
All right, thank you.
Actually, the brother and actually most of us we are still sleepers and we sleep under the bridge near Ferry Street in Jordan. The brother earlier speaking was also used to sleep in the same place where I'm sleeping now. So that place has a history actually, like people living there from 10 years, some like 5, some 2 years. I've been there like seven months. So, but now the problem is the government is trying to kick us out from the place because now it's already blocked with the wires and yeah. And we heard like the government has spent a lot of money to block those areas, but now like we have to leave that place and we don't have a choice right now, and we don't have any earnings and we don't have no job, nothing at all. So we are like zero right now. So our main problem is we don't have no shelter and we don't know where to go. And yes, we are hopeless.
Thank you. Next one.
I'm Steve, and I'm just staying with these guys over there under the bridge, and it's just been 1 month for me. And I just go to work, but sometimes I don't have money for transportations. I don't have money for food. Before I used to like live with my parents, and I still do want to stay with them, but my parents, they went back to Nepal, all right? So I didn't have job 2 months back, so I couldn't pay the rent. So I came and staying there. And I think it's very hard to be a street sleeper, you know, like sometimes the policeman comes and like they mistreat us, okay? it's very hard life, like you should do something for us. Not only providing like accommodation, but we also need some, like food to survive or some waters, but we don't have money to buy. Yeah, there are some social workers helping us nowadays, but it's very hard to be a street sleeper. I just want you to know it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next one.
Hi, I'm Narendra. The main thing for us is accommodation. So if the government could spend so much money to closing down this place and kicking us out, they could have spent very little amount to provide us some shelter, some kind of alternative. So it's quite unresponsible, because even if we are street sleepers, we are a part of the society and we are citizens of this country. So we have equal rights. So they should treat us like human. They were saying they're going to close down this place and make it some kind of pet park, We are humans. Humans should come first before pets, animals. So the government should think before they take any step, whether they are going to do some inhuman work. They should consult the citizens, and they should think it twice before taking the step. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next one.
Good things English they were sometimes.
Be right.
Who's next?
Simple man.
That we do not have room to sleep and that we are street sleepers. And right now our main concern is room. And no one has given support to us and no one helps us. And we just want someone, and we just have hope that someone will come and help us regarding this issue. And that's all I want to say.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Next, the last speaker from the Society for Community Organization, Mr. Ng Wai Tung. I have a submission. It is not on the website yet. Maybe I can circulate it to members and officials. We have seen it. Is it a submission on Ferry Street? Yes, we have received it. We have circulated it to members. I think the Nepalese representatives have stated it clearly. $2.53 million are being spent to close off the space underneath the flyover in Ferry Street, as shown in the slide here. As a Nepalese person was saying, why could the district council spend $2.53 million to build a pit garden? It is very disappointing. In the district council paper, it is stated that there are two purposes. One, to landscape the place, and two, to prevent street sleepers from gathering there. We'd like to ask a question as to why the district council can spend taxpayers' money for pets, for animals. In other words, there would be big planters closing off the place so people can play remote cars or to take the pets there. The street sleepers have already asked the question. Maybe a small portion of it, $100,000, could be spent to help them get accommodation. And we'd like to also ask a question. There are 7 government departments who are involved, including the SWD, but the HAD is not here today. We'd like the HAD to be here because it is coordinating the project. This is already the 2nd time they have closed off the space underneath a flyover. The DC members have agreed, but then the 7 government departments are not objecting to it. I understand it is not the HAD facing me, but I'd like to ask the administration, is it that you have a non-friendly policy towards street sleepers? Maybe a question can be posed to the SHA at the HA panel next time. Why would you allow a DC paper to discriminate against street sleepers, and yet government departments are not objecting? Are you discriminating against street sleepers? Mr. Kenneth Chan can ask that question for us. And some of them are not on CSSA, and the HAD should answer the question. Before 2005, there was this monthly rental allowance of $430. Somebody was saying that he was living in a subdivided flat, but still now he cannot afford it. There is not a lot of time, and I like to say that actually Nepalese people are not well rehoused. Let us look at this picture. This is a room of 77 square feet, and one bed must accommodate 3 men. This is not a clearly taken photo, but there should be 3 pairs of feet. One of them is now out, and this room rents for $3,800, and each one of them has to pay $1,400. And the NGO has been looking hard so they could find this room renting for $3,800 for them. Now I'd like to ask this question. When you evict people, when you close off a place, there should be some rehousing policy, like rooftop structures. You put them in interim housing, and also you do that for squatters. Why is it that you're just closing off the place and not giving any rehousing to the street sleepers? The HAD is responsible. The SWD is saying that NGOs will take care of them, but then they do not want relief. They want rehousing because you're evicting people. If not, you're just doing what you did in the 40s, 50s. I understand the squatter policy has been there for 20, 30 years. In other words, when you pull down a structure, there should be a rehousing policy. We understand that when Jordan Ferry Pier was demolished 10 years ago, there was interim housing offered to street sleepers, but not this time around. I understand the LegCo had a case conference, but this is not just a case. It is a policy. This is a policy to discriminate against street sleepers. So why is there such a strange policy, no rehousing for eviction? Thank you, Mr. Ng. We'd like to thank all the deputations and individuals. Let's come back to panel members. I'd like to ask the administration whether they would like to respond now, or else I'll throw the floor open to members. Mrs. Mack, thank you, Chair. I'd like to listen to members first. Right, thank you. Members, hands up. I read out the names. Fernando Zhang, Albert Ho, Poon Siu Ping, Leung Kwok Hong, Kenneth Chan. 4 minutes each. Fernando Zhang. Thank you, Chair. SOCO has always helped street sleepers, and they do surveys and research from time to time so that we are shown the phenomenon of street sleepers. 60 to 70% of them are working, we have come to know. And I have heard from street sleepers remarks that were overwhelming for me. They would live near to where they work, and some of them are in subdivided flats. And they say it is like the North Pole because they have to have lighting day and night since they do not have natural illumination for want of a window. We are a cosmopolitan city in the 21st century. Why would some of our people have to live like that? And also the ferry street flyover project. It is going to be a big blow to the street sleepers, and it is discrimination against them. You are driving them out. You are also doing this to street sleepers from an ethnic minority. This is very regrettable. This is to be condemned. I don't know why 7 government departments did not respond. They just helped the DC to implement this very discriminatory decision. And I don't know why only the SWD is here, just like what the deputation said. In fact, this has to do with HAD and the other 6 departments. And in the long term, this has something to do with the QPS for singleton waiting list applicants of the housing department. These people have to wait 8-9 years before they are rehoused. Yet they have to live, they have to work, and they work in the urban area. How do you expect them to support themselves because rental is so high? There is this whole series of questions which cannot be answered by the SWD. It's going to be a waste of breath. The SWD can only address the issue of rent allowance under CSSA, but then it is quite not enough for people to be housed in a private flat. And at least this point has to be reviewed right away. And I'll also have a motion asking for this concern to be expressed. I will submit it later on. SWD, Mrs. Mack. Thank you, Chair. From the social welfare angle, we do not discriminate against any street sleepers. I think you should also be fair to social workers helping street sleepers. To say that there is no one helping them is unfair. Within the social welfare scope, we do what we can to help them. Just now, Mr. Chung talked about the rent allowance under CSSA. I think our colleagues have already answered the question on different occasions. Basically, we have a review mechanism. As to the entire CSSA system review, that is done under the Commission on Poverty. Chairman, sorry, with due respect, your review is such that half of the CSSA recipients are living in private accommodation, and yet the rent allowance cannot pay the whole rent. So your system has failed. You should just reform and overhaul it. Thank you. Mr. Albert Ho, and then Poon Siu Ping. Albert Ho. Chairman. The poor are really driven to the crevices in our society. We are a very affluent, dynamic city, and yet this is a shame for Hong Kong. Every year we submit our report to the United Nations under the ICESCR. I really can't face the UN committee members because accommodation is a basic economic right. It is also a basic human right. If you can't deal with it, is it that they want to ask some questions? Please, if you want to conduct your own discussion, keep your voices down. Sorry about that. Mr. Albert Ho? Is it that they want to say something? Never mind, you go ahead. So I think the administration should tell me whether you can hold your head up high and tell the UN committee that indeed we have discharged our duties under the convention. Reality is that there is this group of people living in Hong Kong, working, but they don't have accommodation. Their income does not allow them to rent any accommodation at all. What is the administration doing? You talk about hostels, etc. You must tell me why you cannot help these people. Is it that you have restrictions, so you can't do things for them? Just now, some deputations have talked about the location of work. Sometimes their income is so meager that they cannot afford the transportation expenses. So you have to tell me how you can ensure that these are Hong Kong people and they want to work to support themselves, and yet their income is not enough for them to support themselves. What have you done to end the situation? Also, we have talked about rent assistance for a long time, but the rent allowance paid is a failed policy because rents have spiraled in Hong Kong, and the data you have given us are far lagging behind reality. I'd like to point out, therefore, that in such circumstances, if there are people who are forced to sleep on the streets, then perhaps you should just allow them some reprieve by not disturbing them, or else what will happen to them? And yet you are closing down such space underneath a flyover. What can you tell people about what you are doing? Well, people were rehoused when you evicted them, but not anymore. Well, some of the remarks may be out of your jurisdiction, but please try. I thank Mr. Ho for his remarks. In terms of social welfare and services, we like to try our best to help street sleepers leave the streets. In terms of short-term accommodation, we do have hostels, but that is only for the short term, is that right? Yes, yes. In the long term, as some said, they had to apply for public housing or look for accommodation in the private market. There are public housing policies. We understand that there is a waiting time, but you have to start waiting in the queue. So I believe they should apply for PRH as soon as possible if there is a need. Talking about the Ferry Street project, I'd like to defer to Mr. Fong to tell you more. Thank you. Thank you. On Ferry Street, as Mr. Cheung said, the LegCo held a case conference, but actually before that, departments and ourselves were represented at that case conference. And at Ferry Street, our integrated street sleepers outreach team and other colleagues had contacted 10 Nepalese street sleepers. 3 have been helped to move to rented accommodation. 1 actually has his own accommodation, and the other 1 has gone to his friend's place. And there are 4 who are considering our proposals for accommodation and welfare. And there is 1 remaining who is being contacted. So we will not stop with what we can do for them. Our integrated team will continue to follow up on the cases. Thank you. Next, Poon Shu Ping and then Leung Kwok Hong. Thank you, Chairman. I'm aware that in the research report of SOCO, the main cause for street sleeping is unemployment. They do not have telephone numbers or an address, so it's difficult for them to find work. I'd like to ask the administration what you can do for these street sleepers because they do not have an address and a telephone number. It is also said that 60% of street sleepers do not have any provident fund or any leave days. And it is said that they could apply for compassionate housing in order to live in public housing. I'd like to know how many such cases were there and how many have been rejected or accepted. Mrs. Smack, thank you, Chairman and the member. If street sleepers do not have a telephone number or an address, there are 3 ISTs which can allow street sleepers to use their address for communication. And in fact, we can lend them telephone sets to help them look for a job. As for compassionate rehousing, we will evaluate the cases one by one. And if we look at past figures, there were not many street sleepers applying. And we have helped a comparatively small number of street sleepers. But I like to say that we also have to look at the long-term circumstances from compassionate housing applicants and whether they have no ability to help themselves. We are talking about public resources. An applicant who is rehoused under compassionate rehousing would mean that another one on the waiting list would have to wait longer. Therefore, we would also exercise prudence when we tackle the compassionate rehousing applications. But the Provident Fund scheme is not under our jurisdiction. You said you only helped a small number of people under the compassionate rehousing policy, but do you have any figures to show that they have been rejected or have been accepted? Last year, there were 19 successful cases. We did not record the rejected cases. And you're talking about street sleepers, is that right? Yes. Okay, thank you. Leung Kwok Hong and then Chen Kam Lam. Well, if you know the total number of applicants, then you can minus the successful cases from that, so you know how many have been rejected. But if you say you do not know how many applied, then it is so strange. What a good answer you gave. Even if we have a bigger electorate base for the functional constituencies, it doesn't help. Ms. Chen Yuen-han may be otherwise occupied. Mr. KK Fong is not here. Mr. James To is with the Marine Police. I don't know where Starry Lee and Yip Kok Him are. These are members from functional constituencies. And the district council is doing this bad deed, but only 1 from the 6 FC members are here. Mr. Albert Ho, of course, is from the DC2 constituency, but it seems he has nothing to do with district councils. That's quite strange.
I think there are 2 problems here. I've already spoken on that many times before. If you don't impose any rent control, you just allow rents to go up. You condone these rooms and subdivided units without any windows, and people have to keep their lights on all the time, just like in the North Pole or South Pole. Now you just allow rents to go up, and you provide rent assistance, but the rent assistance, the rent allowance are not adequate. You say you have a policy to help the poor. Now, do you support the district council's policy? Do you agree that district councils should drive away the street sleepers? Where can the street sleepers find accommodation? The district councils do not have responsibility to provide accommodation. There are 7 government departments working together. Do they work together to solve the problem? Do you have a squatter hut policy? If there is none, then what are you doing? The district councils have decided on a certain policy, and you know the consequence. You can't change the decision of the district councils, because that's democracy. But do you have a policy to help the street sleepers? If the answer is none, then the problem falls on our lap. I think the district councils have made such a decision. This is just like bad currency driving out good currency. The district councillors want to get their votes, so they decide against the street sweepers. Have you considered the consequence of their policy? Today they discriminate against the street sweepers, and tomorrow they discriminate against other groups. What's your question? I just want to know what the government departments are doing. The 7 government departments are doing. And the so-called super legislators representing the district council constituencies. Where are they? Yes, the director. Try your best to answer the questions. I thank Mr. Leung for the questions and the comments. Concerning the Ferry Street incident, apart from discussing it here, in fact, the district officer has coordinated the efforts to follow the matter up, and they had a meeting in May and tried to provide assistance to the street sweepers. Not all the problems have been solved, but the district office will continue to work on them. Chairman, can I speak on this? Now, even if they live in the hostels, they cannot get any jobs. If they say they live in a hostel, if they allow them to use the hostels and an address, then they really can't get any job. Once they know that you are street sweepers, you will not get any job at all. You can rent an ordinary home, give them a mailbox so that they can receive the notices and letters. They can use the so-called probably. Kenneth Chen. I'm not a member of the panel, but I've handled a case, and I've agreed that the Home Affairs panel will follow the matter up because I'm the Vice Chairman. The SWD may feel that we are putting the pressure on them. We know that the district office is taking the lead to deal with the street sweepers, and the SWD has to resist that. The populists or the district councillors who are playing to the gallery will have to will want to drive away the street sweepers. And then you have to follow the matter up, you have to find a remedy. And if they are housed, then they are outside your radar because they've already got a home and you don't need to help them. But they shouldn't be treated that way. I find it strange that there is no DAB members here. The Ferry Street incident is exactly the result of the DAB district councillors. They put pressure on the government departments and they try to drive you away. Now the problem is now before us and we try to resolve it. I want to ask the Social Welfare Department, what is your role? Are you just working in order to accommodate to the decision of the District Council and the HAD, and you have no power to find a balance? Yes or no? Is it all decided by the Home Affairs Department and the District Council? Now, in dealing with street sweepers, whether it is in Ferry Street or in other places, at the district level, it is a collective effort. The district office is the convener and takes the lead. And as for the Social Welfare Department, we follow the welfare policy. We help the street sweepers so that they can get accommodation. So the district office takes the lead. You say it's collective effort. If that is the case, why the accommodation problem cannot be solved? Why it is brought before this committee or this panel or other panels? Why is it so lagging behind? You should have known that there are street sleepers who would be driven away, who need accommodation. Why can't the matter be resolved earlier, since you should have known it? Now we work through the NGOs to provide assistance to the street sleepers. The assistance is provided not because of this specific incident. And in fact, this is the work of the integrated service team. Now, as for the Ferry Street incident, how many street sleepers still need help? How many cases are being handled? Mr. Fong, according to my information, we are following 4 street sleepers up, and 1 we're trying to contact. So 5 outstanding. Do you let them go back to Ferry Street, or what? Chairman. The integrated service team tries to help the street sleepers to leave the street and have accommodation. That's the objective. We help them to find places to stay. We help them to find jobs. And we are working on these street sleepers along this direction. And we're trying to contact the one which we have yet to contact. It seems that they have a policy, but actually they are just providing some piecemeal efforts to help people. You really need to have a clear direction in terms of public housing in order to help street sleepers to get accommodation. It's my turn. I think the individuals and groups were coming to give their views. Though they mention individual cases, these cases have implication on government policies. I don't think there is any policy in respect of helping street sleepers. Different departments have different starting points in respect of dealing with street sleepers. Cleanliness is one. The urban landscape is another thing. And the housing department looks at housing, or rather the housing department is responsible for providing public housing. Mrs. Mack made reference to the Ferry Point incident, and she said that it was a district issue, and therefore the district office takes the lead to deal with that. Now, 7 departments were involved. The problem is why there is no street sleeper policy with regard to the administration. There may be not too many. Street sleepers may be less than 1,000, and does it mean that then there is no need to have a policy? I just want to ask Mrs. Mack, whether that's right, whether my observation is right. Is there any policy at all? Mr. Chairman, in dealing with street sleepers, one can't say that there is no policy. There is a policy. The different bureaus and departments put in their efforts according to the policy. As for street sleepers, we want to provide assistance to street sleepers so that they do not need to sleep in the streets. This is a welfare issue. This is also a housing issue, and other bureaus and departments are involved. Mr. Ng seems to want to tell me that there is a policy. Please be quick. The policy is that if the district council wants to drive people away and close down people's home, then is there any rehousing for them, for the people affected? In 2011, the district council decided to close the place, to seal off the place, and on the 10th of April, the Lands Department issued a notice asking for sealing off the place and closing down the homes. And then in May, there was a meeting. There was no consultation. They might have consulted the district council, but not the street sleepers. As for the rent allowance, it is only for rent. It is only for CSSA recipients. And in fact, the accommodation rented is very, very small. And 40% of the street sleepers didn't receive CSSA. Okay. It is within my time slot. I think we need to follow the matter up at the Home Affairs panel with regard to this particular case. Now, you are the only official representatives. We have to tell you that there is no policy on street sleepers. However hard you help the street sleepers, there are bound to be street sleepers. And if there are bound to be sleepers, then there must be a policy to help them. And there must be a policy to balance their presence with the views of or the attitudes of other people in the district. And if there is no policy, street sleepers are driven away from one district to another. At the end of the day, there are street sleepers in the community. You just try to drive them away to places where there are no complaints. That's not places where nobody can see them. That's not what we want to see. In advanced countries like Japan, Korea, the European countries in North America, they have a policy on street sleepers, and therefore street sleepers know what to do. They do not cause nuisance to other people. One suggestion is whether the community centers can be opened after, say, 10 p.m. and there are lockers for them to store, for the street sleepers to store their belongings, and they are responsible for cleaning the place up. Now, if there is such a policy, then they don't need to sleep in the streets. Ms. Yuen-han is the next one who is to speak. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Mr. Cheung, my partner. And there is a meeting held next door, which is on West Kowloon. I've written to the WKCD group committee, and therefore I have to appear before them. I think the Vice Chairman has raised a very crucial question. The government or the administration just drive away the street sleepers when there are complaints. This is even worse than the way the administration handles the other underprivileged groups. The street sleepers really have nowhere to stay. I think we need a joint meeting with the Home. In fact, I suggested to have a joint meeting with the Home Affairs panel, but the Home Affairs panel suggested that we should listen to the deputations first. I think there is no policy in the government to help the street sleepers. Concerning the hostel built on top of a refuse collection point, I condemn Matthew Cheung for making such a decision. If your policy is that no one should be rendered homeless because of lack of means, then you really need to do something about it. You better ask Anthony Cheung, the Secretary for Transport and Housing, on this. You really need to find a solution for them. Thank you, Chairman. With regard to helping the street sleepers, we have a number of welfare services to help the street sleepers. As for your policy concern, I think after the meeting I will reflect your views to the Bureau. If you only reflect our views after the meeting, then I'm disappointed. We have this case outstanding for months, and you say you go back to think about it now. I'm really disappointed. I think that, in fact, the problem occurred more than 2 months ago. I really condemn the government departments. So you just trying to dodge the issue. The welfare panel will continue to pursue the matter, will not give it up. Well, we respect the Legislative Council and we would like to find a solution to certain problems. Probably I have not expressed myself very eloquently. It's not that I'm going to reflect this for the first time to the Bureau. I just said that I will reflect what is said today with the Bureau concerning the Ferry Point incident or Ferry Street incident. I think the departments are working hard on that, and they're trying to find a solution to the problem. Now, apart from the case of Ferry Point, the relocation of the home for street sleepers in Yau Ma Tei is also our concern.
Second round, please be quick, 3 minutes each. Dr. Fernando Chang. Thank you, Chairman. I have a motion. Concerning the works in Ferry Street, the Social Welfare Department simply cooperate with the District Council. This is disappointing. Well, for social workers, for SWD, and for organizations subvented by the SWD, the subvented organizations are not here today. SOCO is not one subvented bodies. The project involves ethnic minorities. As far as I understand, they do not simply sleep in that area. It's a place for them to gather around. They think the place is safe for them. So whatever happens to them, they can go there. It's downtown to the ethnic minorities. So it's symbolic within that circle. It's not just a place for them to seek shelter. How come the social workers are in the dark about it? And you haven't acted on this issue for a year. This is really regrettable. For single hostels, there is a lack of such hostels. In the paper, it says there are 7 subvented hostels offering over 400 spaces. For subvented spaces, over 200. Meaning, the street sleepers have to pay for the self-financing bed space. This is ridiculous. Now, 4 of these hostels are free of charge. So how can you say these are self-financing hostels? At present, we have to rely on organizations who have the heart to provide assistance. Still, it's not enough. So the government should review all the policies for street sleepers, or rather, for creating policies for street sleepers. I'm going to read out my motion to see if members agree with it. It goes, the panel urges the administration to be humane and friendly to street sleepers rather than discriminating against them. The Yochimong District Council blocks the area under flyover Ferry Street. This is regrettable. The concerned construction should be stopped immediately, and the street sleepers in the area should be offered a flat as soon as possible, and to offer a place for the street sleepers together. The administration should review the amount for rental assistance under CSSA and to boost up supply of singleton hostels and let the street sleepers to get a flat under PRH scheme within 3 years, and to formulate long-term policies for street sleepers. Ms. Chen, you want to amend the motion? Let's amend it. The administration should be friendly and humane to street sleepers and not discriminate against them or drive them away. I propose to condemn the administration's practice. We have to do that. Mrs. Mack said she will only take the matter back later. And the problem is not confined to Yau Ma Tei but other areas as well. The street sleepers are helpless. So I am going to amend the motion just to add one sentence. For SOCO and organizations caring about street sleepers, they have done a lot for street sleepers for a long time, but the administration simply ignored the problem. So I want to put down, we condemn the government's practice. I want to air my dissatisfaction with the government. The district office is the leader here. But I don't know what they do here. So I want to make it clear that the Social Welfare Bureau should be responsible for the matter. Mr. Leung Kwok Hong. In Guangzhou, same thing happened. The bridge was blocked. I don't know who started it first, we or Guangzhou. I think we were the later one. All right, let's deal with the motion. Ms. Chen proposed amendment. Any objection? Dr. Fernando Cheung, I absolutely go along with Ms. Chen. Any further views? If not, anyone against the amendment? Abstain? No. All right. Motion passed. Thank you, deputations and individuals, for coming here. We'll move on to the next agenda item. My thanks to a representative from SWT. One minute. We still have one more item. For the IST, it carries out its duty according to data supplied by the FEHD. The Nepalese street sleepers were driven away, and the IST got nothing to do because the street sleepers were already driven away. All right, we got that. Thank you. Next, planning an inadequate provision of rehabilitation services for preschool children.
或者阿東啊，吳衛東。
Mr. Ng Wai-tong. We have some other deputations waiting to come in. You can go to the public gallery upstairs if you're interested in the discussion. Government representative, Mr. Stephen Seal, Commissioner of Rehabilitation, LWB, Mrs. Mack from the SWD, and Mr. Lam from SWD, and Dr. Florence Lee from Department of Health, DH. Deputations are with us here.
佢唔知，佢之前因為4個，佢唔知邊個擺上去好啲，都 OK 嘅。咁望方便，咁望方便。呢間係家長成班家長。呢個係主持嘅，因為嗰邊舉晒手。係咪？但係我想去 toilet 先。咁你向我哋主持點解？唔好意思。因為你嚟我主持定。唔好意思啊，因為嗰度係我舉晒手。係，繼續，我繼續。歡迎各位團體嘅朋友，就每個座位都有。
Right, there is a nameplate. Please take your seat accordingly.
即係又係睇佢哋發現嗰樣嘢啫，咁即係後邊嘅嘢，後邊嘅睇。知道，唔該晒。係大家揾到位咯，係。
Right, hope you found your seat. Welcome. 14 deputations are with us today. Because of the large number, 3 minutes each. There is an earpiece on the table. You can find the channels on the plate before you. 0 for floor and English channel 2, Cantonese channel 1. So please tune to the right channel for yourself. Reminder to deputations, your speech and written submission are not protected by the powers and privilege of LASCO. In other words, if you interrupt speakers and you want to attack others, you're not protected under the law. Government administration, can you give us an introduction, please? Mr. Seal. Thank you, Chair Lady. Just to briefly take members through the paper. For rehabilitation services for preschool children, we provide such services to children with developmental disorders between 0 and 6 years old, so we can give them early intervention. To enhance their physical, psychological, social developments and improving their opportunities for participating in ordinary schools and daily activities and helping their families to meet their special needs. Identification and assessment mechanism. We hope we can, via the maternal child health centers, to identify such children so that they will be referred to further assistance. programs. And the Department of Health and Hospital Authority, Education Bureau, Social Welfare Bureau jointly launched Comprehensive Child Development Service by helping these children. And we also offer the pre-primary children development and behavior management teacher resource kit to help kindergarten teachers to better understand the problem and refer the system. The Early Education and Training Center, EETC, for children with disability from birth to 2 years old, as well as those between 2 and 6 years old who are on waiting list for the preschool services. For special children child care centers, we offer services for moderate and severe disabilities aged between 2 and 6 years old. We also offer integrated program in kindergarten child care center and parents, relatives resource center to provide services for parents and relatives of children with disabilities. We also have children gateway clubs and respite services for the children. Early identification, assessment, and raising parents' awareness of the problem. In these ends, we are doing a lot, and we see that the demand is growing. We offer 1,500 more places for preschool children with these problems. Now there are 6,000 of such places, an increase of 30%. And we will continue to raise the places for such services. In 2013, we expect 600 odd places can be added to the system. There are also other programs. For example, one offered under Community Care Fund, CCF, to offer assistance to low-income families to receive self-financing services while waiting for supplemented services, and is well received. The SWD is considering making this a regular scheme so that we can provide more places for preschool rehabilitation services and let the preschool children receive the services as early as possible. I've read the written submission and understand that there are many areas that need to be improved. My team and myself were very happy to listen to your views so as to improve our services. Thank you, Mr. Siu. Before we invite the deputations to speak, I wonder if the parents know the 4 officials here. So I introduce them once again. Mr. Stephen Siu, Commissioner of Rehabilitation from Labour and Welfare Bureau, and Mrs. Anna Mack, Deputy Director of Social Welfare from SWD, and also from SWD, Mr. Lam Ka Tai, Assistant Director of Social Welfare, Rehabilitation and Medical Social Services, and Dr. Florence Lee, Senior Medical and Health Officer, Child Assessment Service from Department of Health. Open the floor for deputations. 3 minutes each. First, we have Hong Kong Joint Council for People with Disabilities, Hong Kong Council of Social Service, Ms. Agatha Tang. Thank you, Chairman. HKCSS offers services provided by 30 organizations and parents groups. We're concerned with the development of disabled children who are preschool children. We have the following views. First, shorten the waiting time. According to information supplied by the SWD, there are 7,000 people waiting for such services as at 30th of April this year. And every month we have new cases. So the longest waiting time amounts to 2 years. The government should create policies to shorten waiting time. While increasing the places, there should be planning for areas where services should be provided. We urge the LWB to have better planning in terms of manpower and to coordinate with other government departments to identify location in each district to provide rehabilitation services. The guidelines of space enjoyed by these children was set down over 10 years ago. The guidelines should be reviewed as a result so that parents and children will have sufficient space for training. Next point, support to family. According to a survey of parent stress, 90% of parents with disabled children have higher than normal stress. They are highly prone to mental illnesses, so there should be more assistance to the parents so that they can provide more help to their children. Next point, 15-year free education. The EDB offers free education covering kindergartens, but that doesn't cover the kindergarten childcare centers. This is really shocking to the sector, and we are not satisfied with it. We serve children from 3 to 6 years old. They should be treated equally. The HKCSS invites the LegCo members to monitor the EDB so that education to disabled children should be considered for 15 years free education. Next, child assessment scheme and the training services. These are coordinated by the EDB, SWD, and relevant departments. We urge the government to form better liaison between government departments so that the care organizations, parents groups can discuss all together with the government about what services to be provided. Thank you. Next, Miss Kat Lee from Hip Hong Parents Association. Good morning. I'm the president of the association. I am speaking on behalf of 3,000 parents of the association. Early identification and intervention. Children with special care demand, they now have to wait for over a year, and that should be shortened to 3 months.
As at the 30th of April 2013, there are 6,300 such places, but then 7,000 are still waiting. They wait now for 18 to 24 months, and they have to wait, and then they have to be assessed, and many children have to wait till they are 5 years old before they can have preschool rehabilitation service, and they have wasted the golden opportunity to be rehabilitated. I hope the waiting time should be shortened to 6 months. It is regarded as a kind of welfare, but the administration has already promised a 15-year free education. And under the principle of fairness, all preschool children should be treated the same, whether they are disabled or not. They should be able to exercise their education rights. There should be more cooperation amongst departments. There should be a new mentality. Assessing children for preschool rehabilitation service should be done in a more coordinated manner, but then this is now being done by the SWD. Kindergartens, nurseries, etc. are under the jurisdiction of the Education Bureau. However, different departments should work together to face this problem of huge deficiency of service, and you should come up with a policy for providing preschool rehabilitation service. We cannot rely on the present service mode because it cannot take care of the big demand in the short term. There should be new thinking and a different mode of service. So children can be streamed according to the degree of disability. So they are given appropriate service early for those in waiting and the parents, and also there should be training of manpower. we think that there should be a kind of CCF subsidy for children who are waiting. The scope of help should be expanded so that low-income families below the medium household income should be given a monthly subsidy of $3,000 so they can go to non-subsidized organizations for help and service. Also, there should be a plan for training paramedicals, and also there should be a special ratio of kindergarten teachers who are dedicated to such services. All kindergarten teachers should be put to training for helping such disabled children so they understand the needs of the children. And 40% of the teachers in all preschool or pre-primary education institutes should be trained in this respect. There should also be support centers on a district basis to provide the necessary information. The most important thing is for the children gateway clubs to be made a regular setup. Thank you very much. Ms. Yam Lo Kanwa from the Parents Association of Preschool Handicapped Children. Thank you. The two previous speakers have made many views known already, but now I'd like just to talk about the golden opportunity. This is an important point in the hearts of parents, but right now there is a huge shortage of special services, and children have to go to private training centers to purchase the service. It is so expensive. I hope you will know how much it costs for one lesson. It is $600, and it's such a big burden on the families. You must understand, our children don't go there just for one lesson. It is not for the treatment of a flu, you know. It is a long kind of training. You talk about CCF? Well, but it is shocking. This is only for low-income families, but not for the non-low-income families. And now that they have more clients, the prices in the private market have jacked up because now demand outstrips supply. The SWD must look into the issue. Don't just think about providing the money out of CCF. This is because you don't provide the service, and that is why there is a crooked development in the market. This is really very saddening, and the waiting queue is long, and you have changed the policy, so you want to shorten the queue. You used to have a three-pronged approach, but you are reducing it to just one approach. Some parents don't know. They would go for a special education place, and in doing so, they also forego the golden opportunity for intervention and other services. We are experienced parents, and so our association are helping such parents with workshops. One day I met a father whose son is 3 years old, and I was asking him what queue he was putting his son. He said a queue for studying, and I told him he should wait for 3 years. And then he said, really? So what should I do? And he said, I don't know. I just put him in a queue. But if a place is given, after 3 years, his son would be 6 years old, and he would not put his son in for any early education. This is so angering. We didn't know, so children had to forego the golden opportunity. 20-odd years ago, my son, who was autistic, waited for half a year, and he was given the training, and he benefited so much from it. Without that help, my child would not be helping now. I would not have known how to teach my autistic son, but the relevant professional helped my son for 3 years, and it was so instrumental in helping the children in need. Thank you, Ms. Yam. Next, Hong Kong Christian Service, Miss Ada Ip. Thank you. There is a shortage of planning and also services for preschool children. First of all, we think there should be a shortening of the waiting time at child assessment service. the shortest time is now half a year. But under the principle of early intervention and assistance, there should be assessment done after 2 months only. Secondly, those who come to our centers have at least to wait a year or at most 2.5 years after being confirmed to need the service. Most of them come to us when they are 5 years old. Sometimes they only get 2 months or 1 year's service. But there are more who cannot get the service before 6, and so they lose all the opportunities for preschool education. There should be the increase of resources for more places for rehabilitation. Actually, the parents are at a loss as to what they can do while they wait. So there should be the use of these maternal and child health centers to provide information for parents. And also there should be counseling for parents who have developmental problems with children with such problems. But now NGOs do not have sustained financial resources to continue the employment of high-quality professionals. There is a shortage of manpower resulting from wastage. We hope there would be more funding for NGOs so we are more competitive and so we can attract all different kinds of professionals to provide the service. As to the calculation of the area of centers, that standard has been there for over 10 years and it is not coping with the space we need to provide special services, and also the facilities to provide special services are not recognized. We hope there would be a new standard for calculating service area. We also have teachers in KG-CCCs, but speech therapists would only go to schools to provide speech therapy, but OTs and PTs will come only once every 3 months, and one clean sai will have to take care of 34 such KG-CCCs. So we hope there would be more professional support for KG-CCCs. And also for non-Chinese children, there are only 85, and there is 0 for special nursery places. Therefore, you have to take care of the non-Chinese speaking children with developmental problems. In the North District, there are many such children who have to cross boundaries for coming to work and coming to school. They do not have any school buses, and parents have to take them to school and take them back home. We hope there would be better schooling arrangements for them. These may not be children born to mainland parents, and if they are at the age of 6 by September, they have to leave the service. But for different reasons, some children are not in school, and they have to be referred to the special outpatient clinic of the HA, but then they have to wait another 3 years. And after they enter primary schools, parents would tell us that the children will not get any help. So they should increase the places of SOPCs at HA and make a comprehensive review of the entire service. Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Chao Ming Yan. It is a well-intended service. My son was in K1 and the teacher was telling me that he was not up to par in terms of speech. I went to an MCHC and it was said that he was a little retarded in his development, and so I was given a referral letter to the CAS, and I was fortunate. I did not wait for a year, and then after 2 years of training, my son improved a lot. But then there was a wastage of doctors, nurses, OT, ST, and PTs. I hope there would be a stabilizing of manpower. My other parents were not so fortunate. They had to wait half a year for assessment, and then they waited 1 or 2 years for service. And the children were already like 6 years old when they got the service, and they only got the service for 1 or 2 years. I remember when I took my son to the CAS for assessment, there was a lack of doctors, and the doctors did not want to answer my questions. Doctors did not want to give us professional service. Who could we turn to? When my son was almost in P1, the center workers called me and asked me about the situation of my son, and I said my son improved after having the service. Then the assessment center did not provide any more assessment service for me. Does it mean that one telephone call would be all the follow-up and there would not be any professional follow-up anymore? Does it mean that if there is improvement, there shouldn't be further assessments? Parents would know the children best because we're always with them. But professional assessments would be also as important for parents to understand the children. What kind of schools would be suited to my son? Should there be more support services in the primary stage? Why is it that the centers do not follow up on all children so that there would be another assessment before primary school? And in the primary school, when I ticked the box of special needs when I applied for P1, but because of school-based management, I did not know what kind of support services there would be. Then why should I have to check that box? We were at a loss when we left the assessment centers. And in fact, children needed continuous training, and parents would need help to know how we could help them grow up in a healthy manner. So can we be given more help, please? Thank you. Next, Hong Kong Christian Service GI Parents Association, Ms. Ho Wing Shang Louise. Thank you. We'd like to talk about the following. First of all, it's very difficult for parents to tell whether their children have developmental needs. The developmental surveillance scheme of the MCHC should be improved, and nurses should be the ones to do surveillance before the age of 4. And in fact, after the identification, we have to wait half a year for assessment, and then we have to wait almost 2 years for service. A lot of golden opportunities are lost. We asked the administration to complete assessment within 2 months, and there should be more rehabilitation places to shorten the queue. And during the wait, when parents did not know what to do, there should be counseling and also home training techniques for parents. And number 3, these children need intensive training. NGOs do not have money to hire more hands. Parents don't want to waste that golden period, and they have to spend $5,000 to $8,000 every month for private services. $5,000 to $8,000. It's something unimaginable for grassroots families, and for all parents, it is a big financial burden. We urge the administration to give more resources to NGOs so they can hire more hands, so that there would be better ratio of social workers, PTs, OTs, and STs. And at the same time, there is a big lack of STs, PTs, and OTs. There should be more training places for these professionals. And also, the special children workers have particular techniques to train these children. They should be given due recognition, and there should be more requirement on their qualification, but then their salaries should also be enhanced. Every day, some parents take their children from Shengshui to Wanchai to get the service. Both parents and children are stressed out. We hope there will be a review about regional or district services, and also there should be subsidy for cross-district children. And also in NT Northwest, many families have to send their children to school across the boundary every day. We hope the TD will arrange for cross-boundary school buses so that there would be better services for such children. Number 5, training and treatment techniques are advancing by the day, and you should also advance with the times. You should provide more per capita space for learning, and also you should allow more equipment to be purchased. And also many mainstream KGs do not accept children with special needs. We have difficulty finding a space. We hope you will teach society so people accept the children with a difference. Next, Ms. Pang Si Yao. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to say that education is a human right. It is not a kind of social welfare. I really don't understand why the SWD is here. This should be something for the Education Bureau. I hope you will set up an interdepartmental group for 15-year free education. We have been talking about integrated education, but we are being kicked around. We had to go to the SWD, the HA, and also the Education Bureau. But what is there for us? Just one thing. I think you discriminate against our children. So please set up an interdepartmental committee to monitor the administrative and training from kindergarten to university. I don't think there should be piecemeal services. You must coordinate the service so it is easier for parents, schools, and other parties. So we know that we should just knock on one door and we'll get the service. I have heard these speakers talk about early identification. I remember I said at one meeting that perhaps we could do something. It is actually easy to diagnose these children. Before they go into KG, there should be a comprehensive identification of all children. When you talk about early identification, but if you do not assess all the children, what are you talking about? Maybe at the MCHCs, a very simple test can be conducted on all children so that there would be early identification of children with developmental needs so that we can identify them. Then they can get the necessary training easier and earlier. So the children will not come and cry before you to say, I'm already 6 and I haven't got any training. And in fact, the workload is also heavy for the workers. Will you increase manpower for KG teachers? I have seen them work from morning to night. My child goes to a whole day kindergarten. They work from day to night, and one teacher would have to be responsible for all the subjects. They do not have any free periods to get any reprieve. I hope you will really allow them to increase manpower. Last thing. Sorry, I think my time is up. Thank you, Ms. Pang. Next, Parents Consultative Committee characters, Ms. Chan.
Good morning. I represent those parents whose children are less than 6. They have special needs, say for example, slow in development, language problem, or speech problem, or social skills problem. If they are helped earlier, these problems can be resolved. But before 6, these children cannot get the help of the SWD. As said by the groups before, their children have to wait for a very long time. When we found that our children have problems, we can only wait, and we continue to suffer. We wait for assessment, maybe half a year, maybe a year. The child at that time is about 3 years old, and then he or she will have to wait for 2.5 years in order to get a service. And the golden opportunity will last until 6. And so when the child receives the help, the child gets about just a few months. Now we have about 100 places in our center, and on average 80% of the children stay in our center for 1 year or less. And there are 12 months in a year. Okay, 12 months, better than none. But the child doesn't meet the helper once a day. In fact, it's once a month and 1 hour per month. And there are only 12 months and 12 hours in a year. How can you help a child who has speech problems to learn to learn to speak just within 12 hours? It is just 12 hours of service, even if one has waited for 2 or 3 years. Why can't more manpower be given? If we look at the center, you see that there is 1.5 speech therapies, 1 OT, occupation therapies, and half physiotherapies. But one center is to look after 105 children with special needs. Now you say you have this service and that service, but do you know whether the service is adequate? Even if service is provided, the service is not adequate. Why can't you check the relationship between the ratio between teacher and children? Time is limited. Would you do more? You have experts there. You know how many are waiting. How long have they been waiting? At what age have they started waiting? And when do they get the service? I think there must be better planning. If you think there is a need to give education to the children, then these children should also be treated fairly. And if you can provide early intervention, these children can become normal, even if they start at a slower pace. There should have been better planning. Thank you, Ms. Chan. Next is Ms. Lai Xianwei. Good afternoon. I'm talking about the kindergarten CCC. Now, my child is in kindergarten, the second year of kindergarten, K2, and he goes to a special childcare center and has been progressing. And in September last year, he was transferred to the IP program. And I looked for the school, and the suitable school. I picked the school, but before he entered the school 1 month before the month, 1 month before the KG come CC, the specialist, the teacher who received training left, and I'm worried whether the school is able to cope. The new teacher in the IP program is not very familiar with how to treat children with special needs. I was just told that in what area my child is worse, in what areas my child is worse than other children. He or she is not able to help me and my child. And in fact, I did individual training with my son, and I asked the teacher what the problem is, and finally the teacher admits that he or she does not know how to teach children with disabilities. Now, there is a shortage of teachers who have been trained to deal with child with special needs, and some don't have a designated class teacher. And every time the class teacher is in, there is a new class teacher, he or she leaves within a few months, and the teachers have very heavy workload, and I'm worried whether the teachers are able to provide quality education to my child. And the teacher responsible for IP program also told me that he or she may not be able to provide at least half an hour of attention to each child. And the school is not able to handle aggressive children, and they can only segregate the aggressive children, and these children cannot have normal school life. I've reflected it to the Social Welfare Department, and the Social Welfare Department tried to understand, tried to look into that with the school, but the school is not able to make any improvement. If there is any funding, I hope the Social Welfare Department can follow up on the quality of service provided by the IP programs. Next is Ms. Josephine Chang of the Hong Kong Integrated Education Concern Association. Good afternoon. I speak on behalf of the parents who have children with special education needs. Now, the preschool service has no continuity. The service is only provided up to children 6-year-old, and then there is no follow-up. That is problem of continuity. Now, the children with special needs receiving preschool training have the help of OTPT and STs, and they work with the parents to provide training to children with special needs. But after a 6-year-old, after the 6th year, the whole team is changed, and everybody has to learn anew, and that is a waste of time and resources. Now, when the government is considering providing 15 years of education, then the same institution should provide a continuity of service from the preschool age to school age. Our children are being assessed at the M6 centers. Some of the carers do not understand the children with special needs, and some parents told me that at 1 year, 9 months, her child was told by the MCH center that the child had serious autism, and the situation was so serious that nothing much could be done at this early stage, and she waited for until the child was 3, and the child is still waiting for service. The workers in the MCH centers should be trained so that they know how to give advice to the parents. Now, the family members are very anxious about how to help their children. They really don't know what to do, and so the professionals at the M6 centers need to be trained so that they can teach the parents as well. There is a need to have a central database. Our children accept different kinds of training and assessment. The MCH centers, early childhood service, there are different institutions and different professionals. They have all the records. They have accumulated experience. And this is very important to the future development of our children. Some institutions do not provide written reports. Some even charge hundreds of dollars for written reports. And parents can only rely on their memories to make records as to what kind of service and training their children have received. There should be a central database. It should be something like a medical record. It should be centrally managed, and parents can get these reports. As for autistic children, my child is autistic. We have little training. The CAS the CAS has shown that there are 2 different kinds of training which are very important. But the government and the institutions does not provide service. Only private institutions provide very costly service in training. The majority of subsidized institutions do not provide therapies that have no evidence support, no evidential support, or little evidential support. Now, you provide this to us. ABA and TISH are very important, are very useful, but why we are not provided with this? Dr. Lee will respond later. Next is Ms. Karin Lai of the Spastics Association of Hong Kong. I speak on behalf of the association on 4 points. As said by the previous speaker, there's a need to increase the number of places for preschool training, and the assessment, the waiting time for assessment and waiting time for service should be shortened, and that has implications on manpower. As for the number of paramedics, there is an acute shortage. The administration should have a long-term plan for training the paramedics. As for the CCF, in the past 2 years, the CCF provides assistance to low-income families and their children, and we long for the regularization of such service. But in the non-subsidized markets, the fees are very high, and they become a heavy pressure on the families. When the CCF is the assistance given by CCF is regularized, then children waiting in the line for service should be provided assistance, and there should be support to the parents whose children are waiting for service. Our Parent Resource Center proposes that the SWD will review the need for Parent Resource Center. In 16 districts, there are support centers for the disabled, but they do not provide service to children below 6 years old. There is a shortage of service. We are concerned about the 15-year education. Equal opportunity should be given to all children, and that applies to 15-year education. Children of special needs should be given 15 years of education. Because of shortage of service, we can see that this is a very complicated problem. The government should set up an interdepartmental task force to look into this problem and try to formulate a long-term plan for preschool children education. Next is Ms. Ng Chong Fai. Good morning. Good morning. I have a child who is autistic. About 10 years ago, my child waited for different kinds of assessment, and the waiting time was short, and therefore at about 3, my child was admitted to a special childcare center. And within this few years of training, a lot of help was given to my child, and therefore my child is now studying in an integrated school. But I know that at present the waiting time has got worse. It has become longer and longer. Education helps to maintain or even enhance the quality of our people. And why can't we put into education more resources? And we all know that preschool education is very important to children. There must be there must be better treatment to kindergarten teachers with special education kindergarten teachers. Now we heard that a doctor got full pay leave to study a legal course or law. Yet the teachers of children's special needs spend a lot of time and money on receiving their special education, and yet they are not given a good pay. There is need to maintain or increase the number of teachers who have received special education training. I hope the waiting time can be shortened. Now, there are 6,000 children waiting, and you are just providing 600 or so places. It's less than 1/10, and 90% are still waiting. You really need to look into the importance of this problem. Thank you, Ms. Ng. Next, is Ms. Gloria Wu of the Society for Welfare of the Autistic Persons. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. I want to focus on one point, that is to ask the SWD to give cash allowance to parents to buy service in the private sector. I'm maybe the third or fourth who asked for that. There are 6,000 or so waiting for preschool service, average waiting time 1.5 years. The parents really want to help our children to get adequate training, suitable training in the golden period, and we buy that from the private sector while we are waiting. While we are, the children have experienced steady growth and development when they receive training, and we have gained the skills to teach our children special needs. But the fees are very high. It may be a few $100s, even a few $1,000s. We want our children to start learning earlier, and we may bring them to more than one private institution for training. Recently, it's reported that the autistic children, after waiting for service, the family spent about $8,000 per month, and some even spend up to $50,000. The CCF, starting from February 2012 rather, provided funding to families. This will provide assistance to those families in need. We really hope that this financial assistance can be regularized. But this can only help families whose income is less than 75% of the median household income. But middle-income families who are not eligible still have to pay $5,000 or up to or $8,000 or even up to $50,000 to buy service from the private sector. They don't have the assistance. This is not an interest class. This is not an arranging interest class for the children. They want to provide training to the children so that the children can be integrated into society. Now the schools the HA does provide OT or PT or SD service to the children with special needs, but such service is only provided after the children have been assessed. I think we need to provide financial assistance to the parents, and the fundamental solution, of course, is shorten the waiting time for assessment and service. Thank you. Yes. Before I open the floor to members, I'd like to see whether the administration would like to respond. Probably it is from the Department of Health. Yes, the Commissioner. Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Regarding operation and services, I'll defer to colleagues from SWD, and for assessment, colleagues from DH. I'll give a broad summary in reply. For demand, the rising demand, we appreciate there is a rising demand, and we are aware of the golden opportunity for training. So we will continue with our effort to provide more service places. We're also working on making the CCF program a regular program. In the SWD review, we will cover the professional support to the integrated program in kindergarten cum child care center. For manpower, deputations mentioned OT, ST, and PT. We are aware of the shortage. We reflect the problem to University Grant Council. They will increase places for the programs. For OT, that will be increased to 90 places from 40 odd. There's also a shortage in social workers, and we co-organize a program for OTST, and in 2014 the first batch of graduates will come into service. As said, to the Poly University, we'll organize the second round of the programs. The graduates also have to undertake that they will work in the social welfare sector for 2 years after graduation. For overall manpower planning, the Secretary for Food and Health will look at the overall medical manpower with a special committee. Starting salary, how we can offer better starting salary. The SWD put in more resources in between 2013 to 2015 by giving out $344 million to the social welfare sectors, so they'll have more resources to boost manpower. Since year 2000, there are over 1,000 places to train up nurses, and in the coming year there will be 1,240 of such places to train up nurses. For professionals, special professionals working with these children, we increased their salary points by 2 points. There will be training subsidies to them every year. "15-year free education is a matter of concern for many deputations. The EDB set up a free kindergarten education committee. There are 5 working groups under the committee, one of which is about the various learning needs of children. Mrs. Mack will join the working group and also the DH. All the concerns raised, I'm sure, will be discussed in depth in the working group. I'll hand over to the DH colleagues and SWD colleagues to address the other issues. Mrs. Mack, please be brief. Waiting time. Parents just now mentioned about the waiting time. It seems they misunderstand that there is no preschool rehabilitation services offered while they are on the waiting list. That's not true. We'll offer assistance so that the children while on the waiting list will receive training. If there are parents who misunderstand this matter, please spread this message to them and tell them they can talk to the SWD so that we know how we can help. Dr. Lee, any supplement from you? We understand that parents would like to have assistance to their children as soon as possible. This is also our goal. We are fighting for more manpower to respond to the demand. While children are on the waiting list, we offer workshop for parents. We distribute leaflets on special trainers and special teachers for these children. We've been working on these areas in the past few years. Many parents and teachers, having knew about these, can identify the children with developmental disorders at an early age. What about services to autistic children, training for these children? At present, there are different kinds of therapy which are not always supported by scientific research evidence. However, we follow closely on the results and findings of scientific research, both overseas and locally. For autistic children, they may have more problems in terms of socializing with others. Some may have more problems with speech. The ABA is one of the approaches to help them, and there are other approaches supported by scientific evidence to help these children. But if we are to follow all the approaches, we may not have the sufficient manpower to do so, and the school may not have time to incorporate all these approaches. But I agree with the parents that we should continue to adopt approaches supported by scientific evidence instead of approaches which are not effective to children, because this is just a waste of resources. I understand that there are many local organizations which are coming up with their own teaching kits, and some of the kits are supported by scientific, are found to be effective. I open the floor for members. Deputations, you have some time later to speak. First, Dr. Fernando Chang. Thank you, Chairman. 4 minutes each. First of all, I'd like to thank the deputations. I wanted to discuss this matter at the Committee for Integrated Education. However, this is a pressing issue, and it involves SWT, DH, and the Hospital Authority, as well as the EDB. So I think we should follow up on this matter earlier at the Social Welfare Panel. Today, the EDB is not represented. It's regrettable. Learning opportunity for these children, for these preschool children, is a matter of rights. It's not a kind of social welfare services to them, so I think the administration got it wrong in terms of the mindset. Early identification and intervention, this is just a slogan. They can't really implement the slogan. Even for early identification, the children have to wait for half a year. 60% of these children have to wait 1 to 2 years before they are assessed. This is not acceptable. And according to the survey, which I quoted just now, the service providers can only provide service keeping the children waiting for 1 or 2 years. 80% of children under 6 should have received the services. However, they first received the services at 5 only. So how can you offer the training and education to the children during the prime time? In 5 years, there will be 1,200 places added, but there are 7,000 people waiting. So the queue is only going to get longer and longer. You say you will have early intervention and early identification. This is just a slogan only. On the other hand, you say CCF will take care of the children waiting, but the CCF is only for lower-income families. With the 2,000 not offered under CCF, how can they afford services in the private sector? And the services are you rely on self-financing organizations to offer these services. The supply is on the decline. However, So is the quality of the services. I don't know how they can answer my question. Tell me, is the queue getting longer and longer, and you only rely on CCF, and you are wasting the time of these children? Just several seconds for you, Mr. Sill. Please be brief. Right, a brief answer. Identification of land is important. We are working with NGOs to see how we can revamp the existing centers and how we can identify more land to provide these services. CCF program is for those on the waiting list. 6,000, 7,000 people waiting. Over half of them receive services in the early education center. That's why we propose to turn the CCF program into a regular program to address these people's needs. I want to move a motion. Chairman, can I move it in the second round? Yes. Next, Mr. Pun Siu Peng and then Mr. Albert Ho. I want to thank the deputations for coming here to express their views. Early education and training is important. I'm sure we do not doubt that. In the annex, most of those waiting for the EETC services have to wait for over a year. Time is on the line. If they have to wait for so long, they may miss the golden opportunity of receiving education. And the children on the waiting list may exceed the age limit when they get the service. So in terms of waiting time, do you have any goal to shorten it? In the past 6 years, 1,500 places have been added, and in the next 5 years, 1,200 will be ordered, and every year there will be over 240 places added. So in terms of places added on average, is on the decline. So will you have any further goals in this regard? Further training is needed, as you said. But can you give us more specific information as to how many more staff you need and how long do they have to be trained? Mr. Sill, thank you, Chairman. At the beginning, I've said that we want to grasp the golden opportunity for these children to receive education. We adopt a two-pronged approach. We have the assistance programs. And on the other hand, we are trying to identify land to provide these services. We are liaising with NGOs, meanwhile, to revamp the location, the site they are using to boost up services. As for the regularization of the CCF program, 6,000, 7,000 people are on the waiting list, and more than half of them, or even two-thirds of them, are waiting for the EETC services. We hope more and more will seek services at the self-financing organizations to receive early education and training, because that will be beneficial to them. That's why while doing that, we want to change the CCF program to a regular scheme. Long-term service, we also have information for that. If members would like to have that, we can provide that after the meeting. What about the progress of turning the scheme to a regular one? I defer to colleague in SWD. The CCF program offers assistance on preschool education for the children. We hope at the second half of this year we can have a more concrete proposal to turn the scheme into a regular one, we have to consult the trade and also parents groups in doing so. We appreciate demand is on the rise for early education and training center. We hope we can address this rising demand by turning the scheme into a regular one. Mr. Albert Ho. Thank you, Chairman. My thanks to deputations, parents groups and service providers and individuals. Thank you for your views. One point is very clear, that's not disputed. Early identification and early intervention are important. This is a common goal for us. While we do not dispute that, it seems in terms of implementation, you're not doing it very well. Early identification means before children are 6-year-old, before they enter kindergarten, they should receive these services. Because otherwise, how can the teachers provide services accordingly? This is the first point. Second, waiting time is just not acceptable. We have to seize the golden opportunities to provide services to these children. This will benefit the children, the school, the society, and the parents. Late intervention, late identification will only lead to losses. Without early identification, the parents would not know the problem of the children. The current situation is not satisfactory, extremely dissatisfactory. The SWD says it will do its best. You are part of the administration. You shouldn't be saying this. It's not that the government lacks money. It's not that it's in debt. We have so much reserves. $300 billion of reserves. We are talking about education to younger generation. It's something meaningful to our society. I've witnessed children with disabilities. After receiving good training and education, they can study overseas. How come we are wasting the time of these children? When we talk about money, then the government say, well, it's not a matter of money. Why are we with this problem? It's because of the lack of planning. And the government is not willing to take up long-term planning. We ask if it can set down any limit on waiting time, but the administration doesn't take it on board. If I go on, I will repeat points made. I want to say I support Dr. Fernando Cheung's motion, and that I want to know why there is no early identification and intervention.
Just put forward a plan and put out the resources for it. We should invest on our next generation. You talk about sustainable development, but you are not training the necessary personnel. Let us not be too utilitarian in our approach. As the parents say, this is a basic right. You should respect people's basic right, but the entire administration has no planning and it has no commitment. Okay, the commissioner can relate the views. I think Mr. Ho has just stated his views. Next, Mr. Leung Kwok Hong and then Dr. Leung Ka-lau. Thank you. The administration has created this animal, the CCF, and it is now being used as a panacea for all problems. But then there are $15 billion and you're only using the interest generated and not the capital. It's nice, if you get to hear this, but this is just a scam. How much interest can you generate? And if everybody sticks his hand out for CCF assistance, how many can you help? It seems anything that falls short of our social welfare policy will be assisted by the CCF, but you are not getting the matching donation promised by the business sector, and yet you are not reviewing policies. Does it mean you can expand the fund so you have more interest generated? Or rather, can we make use of the capital of the fund? But you always come here and talk about pre-primary rehabilitation, and then we don't have enough of it. We don't have enough elderly homes. And just now, we're talking about street sleepers. You're not giving them enough help. So what is this CCF for? Is it for brushing our demands aside? If that's the case, I will ask you a direct question. Out of the $15 billion and the interest generated, how much would be spent on this issue? Can you give me a figure? Don't use it as a tactic to brush us off. Mrs. Mack? We have put aside $68.1 million in the CCF to do this. Is it enough? There are 7,249 people waiting for the 3 services. You say it's not a matter of money. You talk about manpower and land. But if money can solve the problem, then it is a matter of money. Land is also about money. Manpower is also about money. Training, again. And also salaries. They all relate to money. What are you going to do? You think your $68 million can solve the problems or not? What is your estimate? 68 million for a year. Do you think you can resolve the problem? If you can't, what are you going to do? Chairman, let me clarify. The 68 million is for the CCF program. Mr. Lam talked about making it a regular program, but we don't have the figures for that because we have to make planning during the second half of the year, and we have to discuss with the industry and also parents. The 68 million from the CCF should be enough for that program. Well, but you only have 68 million from CCF. If later on you don't have money, are you going to tell the stakeholders that they should compress the service? In other words, you have to work within the means. This is all the money we have. And don't make 3 dishes, but only fewer dishes. Because you say there's a lack of resources, and that would all boil down to money. If problems can be resolved by money, then tell us how much money you lack. And you can come here for funding support. Just now the budget was passed and we were filibustering, and it was all about services. The pro-establishment camp said we should stop, but we still do not have dental services, free dental services for the elderly. And again, this is another service that you don't have enough money for. Can we get some clarification? Is it that 68 million is all that will come from the CCF? I'd like to clarify 2 points. We know that there is a lack of pre-primary rehabilitation service, and as I said, we like to do a multi-pronged approach. But then it all will boil down to money, right? Listen out, the Commissioner. We are going to look for more land so we can provide more service places. And the CCF experience is such that also from the last consultancy report, we could see that it was effective and it could meet the demand of the service users. Before the CCF program is made a regular program, we'll continue to subsidize families in need. And the SWD is now researching into making it a regular program. If that is the case, we will certainly seek regular funding for it. And the funding will not be just 68 million, it will be a recurrent expenditure. The SWD is looking into the service mode and it will try to secure service assistance. No, he's not answering my question. There is a $15 billion CCF generating interest, but if the $68 million will not be enough, how can you make it a regular program? You are not using enough of the CCF money. Mrs. Mack, would you like to add? I'd like to add that the CCF is putting aside $68 million, but if the program requires extra funding, we can apply to CCF, and we have done it before and we succeeded. But you should ask the administration to increase recurrent expenditure, not from the CCF, because not a lot of interest will be generated from the CCF. No, if it becomes a regular program, there will be a recurrent funding. Dr. Leung Ka-lau, is it a lack of money or a lack of manpower? Para 4. The CAS. It provides assessment service, and it requires a lot of professional, multidisciplinary professionals. I'd like to ask about these people. How many hours do they work on an average per week? And then on a weekly basis, what is the OT payment for these professionals? And what percentage does this take up as on the basis of their salary? I can't answer the question. Can I defer to DH? As far as I know, we do not pay overtime allowance. I know doctors don't have OT compensation, but what about other para-professionals? From what I know, they should only work 44 hours a week. Is that right? According to the Civil Service Code, yes. In other words, we know that there is a lack of manpower. Does it mean they only work 44 hours a week and there is no OT allowance paid? And you are telling us that after a number of years there will be more people trained by the universities. But if that's the case, why don't you just ask your colleagues to work overtime and complete the assessment required? Maybe they can work 1.5 times their working hours. Hong Kong people are very diligent. They are hardworking. If you ask them to work overtime, there will be a 20% add in productivity. Well, actually, science and other kinds of research and also paperwork are done after hours, but we do not apply for OT allowance. We understand the view of Dr. Leung. So you support my proposal? I have time. You say you work after hours to do paperwork, etc. But it depends on the goodwill of your colleagues. However, I'm talking about the system. There should be such an arrangement in the system. It is now clear that there is service demand and money is not the problem. And manpower-wise, if your colleagues are already working overtime on their own, then I think they should be even more willing if there is an OT allowance arrangement. So before you have more trained personnel, you can tackle this problem with this simple approach. I don't think it should be answered by the senior M&H officer of the DH. Maybe the Rehabilitation Commissioner should answer. It may not be the best way, but it can solve the problem for the present. Well, I can reflect this view to the DH. Okay, think about it. I will follow up later. You have to come back and report the outcome. Next, Dr. Helena Wong. Thank you, Chairman. In the background brief provided by the Secretariat with regard to KG cum CCC and also in Annex 1, my question is the Appendix 1. If we look at the average waiting time from 2007 to 2011, the average waiting time is not being improved upon, but it has deteriorated, and I'm talking about the SCCCs. In 2007-08, the average waiting time is 11.9 months. A year later, 12.4 months. Then in 09-10, 12.8 months. And in 2010-11, 14.9 months. 2011-12, 16.8 months. The waiting time has lengthened year after year. Just now, Mr. Albert Ho said planning is important. So is this due to the lack of planning or planning so that there is a longer and longer waiting time? This has disappointed parents. Is it that you did not do planning? Or is it because of your planning that the waiting time has lengthened? Commissioner, thank you. Let me put it this way. I believe these figures are known to the SWT and the DH. There are basically a few reasons. The trend is that there are more new cases. I have heard the DH say that at the MCHCs, the number has gone up from 40,000 to 80,000. Parents and society now are more aware of early identification. Therefore, there is an increase in the caseload. And that is why we have been increasing the places. I have increased it by 30% or 1,500 in the last few years, but we have not been able to catch up with demand. And we have to think of other ways to meet demand. Now we have got this CCF pilot, and it is found to be workable, and that is why we are considering making it a regular program so we can respond to demand. The SWT and the DH are monitoring the overall demand closely, and other policies will also have a bearing. The birth rate or children getting services at the FCHCs and ourselves. These are reference figures for us. So you're aware that even if you have more places, it is far lagging behind demand, right? Now there is a big gap. If you do not employ special measures, the service will just worsen and the waiting time will just lengthen. You say that the CCF program can be made a regular program. Is that going to help? Can you really improve the service? It will be better if you add in the CCF, but you cannot be blind to the fact that the demand is rising rapidly, and there are children born to mainland parents. They may also be your service targets. A brief reply from the Commissioner. As we said, we have got an independent consultancy report telling us that the CCF can really meet service demand. And as I said, half or even two-thirds of the people on the waiting list are waiting for EETC services. That is why we like the CCF can help people in the waiting list. Even if they are waiting for the SCCC, they can get early service. Before I go to the next member, I'd like to talk about time arrangement. Some deputations would still like to speak, I reckon, and we also have to deal with the motion. Could I please extend the meeting by 15 minutes? I'd like to ask members who are here whether they can stay for 15 minutes more, because we have to process the motion. We'll just end the meeting 15 minutes late, all right? Just up to 1:45. Now it's my turn. To me, there must be many problems so that we have so many deputations. But of course, the criticisms have been with us for quite some time. I know that people now are more aware of the need to seek services for their children. Now, of course, the early identification approach adopted by the administration, it's also well introduced. You have included autistic children, for example, for the past few years, and that is why we see a rising service demand. And the supply of services cannot catch up with demand. But today, if you do not do something extra, you are not going to be able to catch up with demand. To be frank, 1,500 places for the last few years, but only 1,200 for the next 5 years. You have actually to have places more than 1,500 so that you can try to meet service demand, but you are increasing the places by a smaller number. Secondly, the quality of service. As parents were saying, you may not have enough manpower for providing the service, and the kindergarten teachers and therapists, they may not be suitably experienced, and that has to do with the quality of service. So it's a basket of factors. It's not just the land and money. You have to have the manpower, and manpower that is trained for helping these children. And I don't think these are questions for just one department. The commissioner said that he would talk to the Committee on 15-Year Free Education together with the Education Bureau, and it seems everybody thinks the 15-year free education will be introduced, and so everything can be wired to the Education Bureau. But I don't think we should look at this from this angle. Even if there will be 15-year free education, but who are going to take care of people who are from 0 to 3 years of age? And there must be a department looking after these children, maybe the SWD. The commissioner says, okay, we have this committee to follow up, and we can put a full stop to that. No, we need different bureaus to work together, and the DH also has this duty because it is responsible for early identification, and you have the professionals to tell other departments which approach is the best, as mentioned by Ms. Chung. But it seems other bureaus are not working with you. So there are different problems, including quality and quantity and training for kindergarten teachers, etc. Commissioner, I think you have to take down all these points and see whether the working party can really take care of all these problems, or rather, there should be interdepartmental effort. Last, a practical question. What about cross-boundary children? Thank you, Chairman. Let me answer your question on children from 0 to 3 years of age, vis-a-vis the 15-year free education. We accept your view, Chairman. Even if we have 15-year free education, we are talking about children at the age of 3 and over. I understand there is a task force on free education, but it doesn't mean we will confine our discussion just to that working group. Actually, we will still look at planning so we can increase service places.
As for 0 to 3, as said by the chairman, the service will be provided by the Social Welfare Department. So we do need to pay attention to the whole spectrum of service. The task force has to spend some time to come to any proposal, and such a proposal will take time to be implemented. So in the meantime, we will be handling the matter. What about the cross-border arrangements? We will talk to the Transport Department and the Education Bureau. Well, we're talking about the preschool children. You look at the primary school children, but what about children before preschool age children? Well, we'll talk to the Transport Department. Yuen-han, my apologies, I have to hop between 2 meetings. The question may have been asked before, but I want to state my view. Well, a few years ago, or rather many years ago, I was the supervisor of a school. For one reason or another, children have difficulties in terms of their development and also their learning. The Permanent Secretary was Fanny Law at that time. Now, I was the school supervisor of a DSS school. The children had certain problems, and well, you correct me if I'm wrong. And Fanny Law said that the children should be helped with their problems starting from 0 age. And now the problem is still there. It seems that the administration has not handled this problem well. So what's the problem with the administration? The Commissioner, Mrs. Mack. Chairman, I haven't heard the question very clearly. It's about preschool children. Now, when a child is born, and in the developmental process, there are certain problems. Then the child should undergo a sort of screening, and then information should be fed into a system, and help should be given. But now it seems that you don't have any problem. You don't have any system. Well, my apologies. I've not heard the question very clearly. On the whole, I said in a paper at the start, at the MCH centers, we have the screening process. Yes, in fact, we are doing that. And if such children are identified, then the child will be provided with the healthcare service or rehab service. And if further examination is needed, then there can be comprehensive assessment. And if the problem is confirmed, then the child will be referred to the HA or referred to a rehab service. It has been effective. How can it be effective? There are still many problems. Otherwise, people won't be complaining. Well, we admit that we need to catch up with the provision service, but that was a long time ago when Fanny Law was the permanent secretary, and then later she was transferred to the ICAC, and now she has already left the government. It was a long time ago. Now, when the child is identified that he or she has a problem at birth, then he or she will be followed up, and he or she will be given training. It's very important to the child's development. Why? There's still not enough service in terms of assessment. Is it lack of resources or what? Is it your problem? Well, there are several factors, as said by many parents. Earlier on, the service was given in an earlier stage. Now we need to make improvement to that. And the mechanism is there, and the mechanism is working. But the increase in new cases is much faster. Even if we've added resources to rehab service and assessment service, we cannot catch up with the rising demand. Say, for example, number of births has increased from 40,000 to 80,000. Early identification and assessment is important, and parents have a better understanding of the matter, and that's good. And as a result, there is an increase in demand. The mechanism is there, as I said earlier. If we can provide adequate service, then the mechanism is okay. So we need to catch up in respect of increasing our service. we increase the funding for the preschool places, and we also want to make use of the CCF to provide financial assistance to those who are waiting. I still want to say this, Mr. Chairman. If we can start early intervention, then some problems can be resolved. But the later the intervention, the less likely the problem can be resolved. Now, can you talk to the FS, really? We're talking about 0 to 6-year-old. Why can't we provide better service? Is it because of resources constraint? Now, you really need to talk to the FS. At that time, we didn't have the resources. There were difficulties with the children when they go into schools, and the difficulties multiplied. You really need to talk to the administration, and that's about helping those from 0 to 6 years old. Yes, thank you. Before I deal with Fernando's motion, I just want to know whether the representatives would like to say anything. Yes, just one, please. 2 minutes, Ms. Chow. I thank members for speaking so loudly for us. I'm really disappointed by the response said by Dr. Chair with regard to autism. There is no ABA service. It has been recognized as effective, and not a single government institution is providing this service. Either you just don't understand it, or you just trying to warding us off. As for TISH and ABA, and they are intensive service, and they are very effective in helping children with autism. Parents know that. It is intensive. It's more than 10 hours per week. If it is $500 per hour, it will mean $5,000 per week. I hope that the Department of Health will face up to that. TISH and ABA are very effective. I'll give some. Would you allow Dr. Lee to answer your question? Now, this is a pamphlet issued by CAS of the Department of Health. You say that is very effective. It has been supported very well by evidence. And I've tried 8 out of 10 methods, and ABA is most effective. This is your role to provide that. It's not our role to provide long-term service. ABA is just one of the training, one kind of training. Parents have different kinds of training. Parents have received different kinds of training. In Hong Kong, we'll make use of all useful means. We can reflect your demand, but if we are to follow the ABA method, it is very intensive. It's 10 hours per week. Since the waiting time is so long, I don't think we can implement that with great force. There are other means of training. And local colleagues are studying how to integrate different kinds of training to help more children and also provide training that suits our children and parents. Since in overseas countries they have used that, and since it has been found effective, well, I respect experts. You are an expert. But you can't just try to find other means simply because you don't have enough resources at present. The Department of Health can tell other government departments that this is effective, so that other government departments can find resources so that the NGOs and the government departments can provide a service. As an expert, you should give advice to the relevant departments, including the SWD. Well, I cannot allow other members to speak. I give the floor to Fernando Cheung. We have to end before 1:15. Well, my motion is this. I move the following motion. With regard to children's special education, needs 0 to 6-year-old is the golden period for them to receive training. Early identification and early intervention is a must. The waiting time for assessment is more than 6 months, and the places for preschool rehabilitation service is more than 1 year. At present, there are just 6,000 places, and there are 7,000 waiting. Many children have to wait until 5 years old before they can receive service. The administration has turned a blind eye to this, and we therefore we deeply regret this, and we urge the administration to set up a cross-department mechanism to formulate policy for preschool rehabilitation service, and the administration should make long-term plans in terms of manpower and space and facilities and equipment for provision of preschool training. Children with special education needs should not wait for such a service. They should be provided service immediately. Does any member want to amend the motion? I think we should put this to the vote because we're only 2 minutes. Anybody against? Those against? Any abstention? No. So we unanimously pass the motion. Thank you. Chairman, now they only rely on the CCF, but the CCF is not a way out. 15 years of education is basic right. CCF is means tested. As far as rights are concerned, there shouldn't be any means test. The NGOs, even the service provided by the NGOs, people have to wait. Okay. May I thank the deputations and also the government officials. Thank you very much.